started. We apologize for a delay. We did schedule a council work session a little bit before the meeting tonight. It's going to be a long night for us. We have a budget public hearing. Right after that, we have our regular council meeting, whereas we have our public speaking session. Then we'll have our legislative referrals, and then finally we'll go into our legislative session. I don't see any strangers in the room today, but what I will ask, or the first thing I'm going to let you guys know, is that there are 3 exits to this room. There's the main double doors here, and there's the single door in the back. We ask everybody to kind of spread out when we open up the windows so we get ventilation. We have overflow in the memorial room. If you don't feel comfortable with the tightness that you're in now, we actually encourage you to use our overflow room. If you have a cell phone, please put it on vibrate right now. I'm going to do the same thing myself. And the acoustics in this room, you could say they're very good or they're very bad. We ask that everybody that wants to talk to their neighbor, we ask you to absolutely refrain from doing that because we can hear you. And I will stop whoever's at the podium and ask you to please be quiet. Even if you're sitting right next to the person, you won't believe how disturbing it can be. So whoever's up at the mic or whatever council member is speaking, we ask for that person to be the one that we are all listening to. And we're going to really appreciate that. So the council members are almost fully here. Councilwoman Farquharson is, I believe, at home, streaming in via Zoom. So she is also available for hearing. And with that, Mr. Clerk, are we all set with the technological end of things?
Councilwoman Farquharson, can you come off mute, please, and let us know if you can hear us? Councilwoman Farquharson, if you can come off mute and acknowledge that, give me a sound check, please. If not, we'll work to fix that. Councilwoman Farquharson, if you could come off mute kindly and give us a sound check, please. We want to know that you. I can get her, but I don't have an audio coming from her.
All right, so let's try to work that out as we begin.
Councilwoman Farquharson, can you hear me? Can you give us a sound check again, please? Yeah, I hear her. How about? Should I take this one?
All right, so why don't we begin? It's just after 7:15. Let's open the meeting. So why don't we do the call of the meeting first, and then we'll go from there.
Welcome tonight to the Mount Vernon, New York City Council meeting tonight, Wednesday, February 10th, 2021. The purpose of the meeting is to review the 2021 proposed annual estimate. The annual estimate was published and advertised in advance of this meeting in the Journal News, which is the newspaper of record for the city of Mount Vernon. First advertisement was on February 5th, 2021. The second advertisement to the public was on February 8th, 2021, thus satisfying notification for said public hearing.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm going to ask for a pledge of allegiance. Councilwoman Duarte, will you please lead us in the pledge of allegiance? To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So again, thank you everybody for coming out. We know that you probably have much better things to do. I'm sure there's something on Netflix that you won't be watching, but the concerns of your city are very important. So we're glad that you're here, whether you're here or on Facebook. Thank you. Let's have a roll call, please.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Here.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Present.
Councilwoman Farquharson.
Here.
Councilwoman Farquharson, can you hear us?
Yes, here.
Okay. We still don't have audio, but she did acknowledge online.
She's here.
Thank you. Okay, at home. And Councilman Thompson? Here. And Council President Griffith?
Here.
Thank you.
So we've had the call of the meeting. We did the roll call. We're about to begin. There are budgets up front. I think there's the mayor's narrative also up front, if you didn't get a copy of that. With that, we're going to ask for correspondence that came in to the clerk's office for him to read that off first. And then what I'm going to ask everybody to do is line up, or maybe don't line up, but we're going to ask for people to speak in favor of the budget first, and then after those folks are pretty much done, we'll ask for people that want to speak against the budget. And then if people have any just general comments, we'll ask for those folks to speak last. People that are in the memorial room, I will do a special call out for folks there so they're not walking and waiting. I'm going to start here with the folks in council chambers. So Mr. Clerk, if you will read any correspondence that have come through.
No correspondence have come through. Yeah.
You did receive a letter.
Yeah, thank you. That's one correspondence, if I may. May I have that copy? 1 second. Councilwoman Duarte. Can you hear us, Councilwoman? Councilwoman?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm gonna.
Okay, she's fine now. Thank you.
And again, if folks that are in the audience, we ask you to refrain from speaking at this time. I don't want to have to call anybody out and ask anybody to leave. It's difficult to hear if you're speaking, especially to the people surrounding you. So please try to keep quiet while somebody else is speaking. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Your honorable council members, as the former mayor and city council president of the city of Mount Vernon, I wanted to write and stress the importance of all members of the city's government coming together to make this budget a meaningful, well-considered document. Budgets are the backbone of the city's government, and given the city's perilous financial situation, it is all the more meaningful this year. COVID-19 and the economic slowdown has hit our community harder than most in ways we have not yet begun to realize, which is why this budget needs the support and input of all of our elected officials. It's too important to make this budget just another political football. We cannot afford to kick our problems off to another year. We must take these financial challenges in front of us seriously. This budget must be passed on a sound financial footing, on a sound financial footing, and it must reflect the real numbers and realistic priorities. Our leaders need to work together with a common cause to keep the city on a path to recovery. At the end of the day, this is not about any elected official, any party, or any group. This is about making sure all of us have the city to call our own, one that honors and respects the hard work of its citizens and rewards those who have invested in its future success. We owe it to all of them to ensure that their government understands that the people's priority is the only priority that matters. I urge each and every member of this council to carefully consider their solemn oath to protect and preserve the best interests of the citizens of this city. We all We all are depending on you. Respectfully yours, Andre Wallace.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other correspondence?
None to my knowledge. None to my knowledge, sir.
Okay, thank you. Could we have anybody that would like to speak in favor of the budget to come to the mic? Is anybody that wants to speak in favor of the budget? Now, you don't have to come up right now, but as the person is about to end, feel free to come up to the side. We want to kind of get this going. This could be a long night. We love you all, but we don't want to be here forever. So just name and address for the record. We're going to ask that you begin to conclude your remarks in 3 minutes. However, if you do have prepared speech, we may allow you to go over. Thank you.
Good evening, Council President, Councilpersons, Mayor, other elected officials, fellow employees of the City of Mount Vernon, neighbors, constituents, good evening. My name is Deborah Norman. I live at 474 East Prospect Avenue, and I am the Fire Commissioner. So first, I'd like to say I support this budget because
I'm muted.
Okay.
that I spoke on before. One was a proposed layoffs. I'm definitely not in support of that. And one was furloughs. Not in support of that either. Standing with understanding that all of the
I can
unions
hear.
Was not to ask the unions to furlough was not something that I was in support of either. I do. Okay. Pull it up. Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay. So I do understand how difficult. I sympathize with the mayor of the city to try to put this budget together with all of the department heads not fully having all the numbers. So I'm going to say that. Why? Again, I support this. This is another option. It's not the best option. However, I do support this. The city does need a budget. I know that. You all know that. We all know that. Taxpayers deserve to eventually get some taxes, and we need to move on, most importantly, with city business while we are still in the middle of a world COVID pandemic. I'll say again, a world pandemic, okay? So we do have to try to do the best we can. Therefore, I support this budget so that we can continue with the business. I want to state that I understand I'm only going to speak for my department, the fire department. I want to make it clear to those who clearly say, well, maybe we should cut personnel, maybe we should cut salaries. Okay, 16 million budget for the fire department. 90% of the budget, as people know, are the contractual mandatory salaries and increases. Let's not confuse a raise with mandatory increases. That was in good faith. That belongs to the contracts. That is contracted. That is obligations. 10% basically is operating costs, which for my department is roughly around $680,000 to operate. Since 2008, our budget lines have not changed, meaning materials and supplies, equipment, office expense, training. Those lines have stayed the same since 2008. I will tell you, to buy fire safety equipment, things do not cost the same in 2021 as they did in 2008. Yet we continue to try to make it happen. Medical expenses for our personnel who put their lives on the lines and injured, called line of duty, the medical bills is not the same either. Again, that's got to be at least a 25% increase from 2008, which we had the same budget operating lines in 2021. We have mandatory inspections on our aerial ladders. It does not cost the same to do an inspection and fix ladders as it did in 2008, but we are working with that same budget line. We are a dormitory community, okay? Fire department works in the 4 firehouses. You all know that. You all know what they do. Besides just respond to fires, emergency medical calls, odors, gas, sanitation, wires down, okay? We have our policy. We're doing our best to implement social distancing in the firehouse, cleansing it, sanitizing it, and wearing the PPE that, again, is not something that was ever budgeted before, okay? And yet, we still have at least 45, which is 35% of our firefighters contracted COVID in some way, COVID related, had to stay home. We had folks hospitalized. Those people do, unfortunately, as they recuperate, we have to put the manpower. Only one way to put out a fire, manpower and water. That's it. That's it. So when they get injured in the line of duty or COVID, we have to replace them, which does take overtime up. That hasn't changed either since before 2008, but we still make it happen. So 1/3 of our department right now has been affected with COVID. Okay, we still have personnel out. We do have people coming back daily. Thank goodness. Thank God. We have 14 vacancies, 14 personnel. It's in the budget, but we don't have them working for us. 12 people out on line of duty injury. After last year, 45 fires, we already just had 6 fires in the month of January. So 25% of our personnel manpower is not even here. Again, to purchase new equipment, to provide the maintenance. Maintenance is horrible in every department. Maintenance is horrible. But again, whatever maintenance cost in 2008 or 2010, let's even go 2016, it does not cost that today in 2021. So having said all of that, again, I represent the fire department. I thank the mayor for the opportunity to lead this department that no one has been mayor or commissioners of any departments in a world pandemic. I know my fellow commissioners and supervisors are doing. I want to say again, I support this budget because it's a different option, and we have to operate and do city business. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, good evening, City Council, Board, Madam Mayor, citizens of the City of Mount Vernon. Kim Robert Odendo, Chief of Mount Vernon Fire Department. I reside at 24 Wallace Avenue, Mount Vernon, New York. I'm going to just follow up on some of the points that were made by my fire commissioner. I serve again as the fire chief of the fire department in the City of Mount Vernon. And just to lay out a couple of metrics, 2018 we had 62 structure fires. Well, let me go back. I am in support of the budget. I'm in support of the budget because of the fact that it is going to allow us to continue to function as a fire department. Absent that, we would have basically been there would not have been a fire department or much of a fire department left. So we appreciate the fact that those layoffs and those job positions were held. We value the members that we've just recently hired, and we look forward to having them be and perform the duties that we need them to do. 2018, we had 62 structure fires. We had EMS, we had 8 EMS runs. 2019, 51 structure fires in the city, again, 4 square miles, 7,000 EMS runs. 2020, we had 42 structure fires. I don't have the EMS runs there, but I believe about 7,000 there. In 2021, this year has just started, 6 structure fires, as my commissioner has just pointed out. And let me go back as well, because we also had COVID responses in 2020, 543 COVID-19 responses. So that puts strain on our EMS services. In 2021, we're up to already 62 COVID responses and 1,000 EMS runs with 6 structure fires, as I mentioned. For a department like ours to continue to serve the city, are currently serving, it's going to require support, a support that we need from the citizens. At this point, I'm really reaching out to the citizens and asking them to pay attention to what's happening to the city around us. We are impacted by budget, but we're also equally impacted by the financial mismanagement that has crippled and gripped the city, and one department in particular. We look at the standards that are set for the fire department nationally, National Fire Protection Association, NFPA 1720. They consider 28 firefighters at a minimum. That's the threshold level for what they call a medium hazard response. So responding to apartment building fires, 3 or higher residential structures. And they put the number closer to 43 to 48 for what they call a high hazard, or for a high-rise building. We've put up several high-rise buildings just in the last 5 years, not to mention about 700 that we have currently standing of different levels of construction, but also of quality. Our department is severely understaffed and has been for many years. And that is in regard to the fire load and the structures that we serve. So very outdated housing stock in the city. And then now we have an understaffed fire department that has to respond to this many of these types of fires. We have firefighters that continue to reside in dilapidated firehouses when they're having opportunities, and there are opportunities to not have that be the case. When we have an impact on our staffing, that is a direct correlation to the number of illnesses that we get. We have firefighters that are infected by COVID. We have a high rate of injury because, again, as our staffing levels decrease, that puts more impact on the firefighters that do respond and that do have to return or respond to work. We're unable to hire and retain firefighters because of, again, the mismanagement and I'm going to say the political theatrics that take place in the city. People don't feel confident that they'll have a job, and this is even people that are senior. Our training is impacted and has been impacted because, again, mismanagement, but also the lack of support and services around our budget. And then there's a correlation around our ability to perform community risk reduction. So this is to the citizens that we serve. We are unable to fulfill our mission of a fire department in terms of life safety and incident stabilization because our first job is to prevent a fire. When we respond to a fire with fire trucks and the alarms, we're essentially responding to a failure. We have failed at that point. Our job is fire prevention, but again, because of the budget, or not even the budget, but the budget that has been laid out for the fire department, $15,000 to run a fire prevention office, and then looking at possibly having to cut that down because, again, we're short-staffed. We're unable to do that. So community risk reduction and the discussions around safety in the home all impacted. And that leads us to my final point, which is that we have the highest fire or the highest civilian fire death rate in the county. We've had 1 fire death just this year or late last year, and we've had 13,000. That rate of fire death is comparable to a third world country. We're buttressed by White Plains, or rather by New Rochelle and Yonkers and the Bronx, and these communities have nowhere near the fire load and or the civilian death rate of Mount Vernon. And again, this is for the citizens. We will be unable, we are unable to provide the service and the level of care because of our under-resourcing, the under-resourcing of our department and the underserving of our department. But equally is also the negligence around the budget and the monies that we do have and are unable to get or have paid, bills paid, or have our services taken care of because of mismanagement from the financial office in the city. I just want to say that we work hard. We're going to continue to work hard. We love the city that we serve. We have 10 firefighters that show up to work, or 10 people that are available to work. We're going to continue to do our job, but it does put a tremendous impact on the fire department and the EMS providers when we're unable to access monies that we do have, and or we're unable to create new areas for us to have funding. With that, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pat Rosamunda, and I'm
250. Okay. I live at
215 Hillcrest Road in Mount Vernon, New York.
I
I am proud to say I'm a city of the Mount Vernon employee.
I'm the Commission Secretary for Civil Service. So you asked what exactly is this? Well, I coordinate all the testing and hiring of the positions here in the city. Most importantly, the uniform services. Police and fire are the two most critical departments in the city. This is for the residents' assurance for public safety. For the past 2 years, I have been unable to hold a police officer exam that will assist the police department to fill vacant positions and hire well-qualified candidates for the position. Why you ask? Well, in 2019, Comptroller refused to allot civil service funding that is needed. It costs approximately $50,000 to conduct an exam of that size. We're talking anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 candidates. In 2020, we were awarded the money. However, we were hit with COVID. At present, I am working off of a County of Westchester list. The list will expire in August of this year. If we do not conduct this critical test on August 21st, we will have no availability to hire police officers for the next academy class, which will start in December of 2021. Our public safety is at risk. I would like to tell you a story about the summer of 2020. Tropical storm Isai hit the city of Mount Vernon, okay? My neighborhood was devastated by downed trees, but most importantly, we were hit by a dangerous situation of electrical wires that exploded into flames and threatened the safety of the residents and homes in my neighborhood for over a block. The Mount Vernon Fire Department was called and arrived quickly to extinguish the fire, but also to ensure the wires had not caused further damage to the surrounding homes. They remained on the scene until all was safe.
Commission Secretary in 2017, and the PD and the fire department were fully staffed. Well, what happened in 2018? A new financial person was put into place, okay? She has refused to fill vacant fire positions due to the fact that a family member of hers was not hired for the position. And it must be, the hirings must be according to not only the civil service law, but also to the federal Vulcan decree that this city is bound to since 1980. She won't fill the fire positions, and we are severely understaffed in the PD as well. We have approximately 14 firefighter positions open and 14 police officer positions open. Those are the two departments that we should never, ever cut or even think about laying off. As a homeowner and as a resident, I want to be sure that if I make a phone call of help, that I'm in danger, I have someone to respond, whether it be police or fire. And the way we are going, we're gonna end up dwindling in our resources. So you ask, why are there so many vacancies? In the police department, City of Mount Vernon police officers are the lowest paid in the county. Yet they have the most critical training and extensive training that those police officers go on to train Westchester County police officers. We need to think about upping their starting salaries to attract and maintain and retain the existing officers that we have. I love my neighborhood, I love my home, and most of all, I love my family here of my coworkers in the city of Mount Vernon. Please approve this budget, but more importantly, I urge all of you council members and the distinguished Mayor Howard to continue your quest to hold the comptroller accountable for the financial oversight that is very much needed in this city right now. Otherwise, this city will never, ever move forward, because next year, I will be standing before you asking for the same money to conduct the firefighter exam. Thank you and have a good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tara Vandenberg. I live at 326 South 10th Avenue. I'm a resident, taxpayer, employee, CSEA vice president, and I work in DPW as the timekeeper, which means that I have to deal with the payroll decline. I'm here because I am for this budget. As with anything, I do not agree with everything in it, but this budget is the one that prevents furloughs, it prevents layoffs, and it has been prepared, to my knowledge, as accurately as possible, considering the lack of information that has been provided by the financial office. I would also suggest, from a previous meeting that it was discussed that the city has owned property that should be sold so that it can get back on the tax rolls. And we are in financial straits. The city cannot afford to rehab these properties. They cannot afford to maintain these properties. And the longer they sit idle and unoccupied, the less we're going to be able to get for them as they fall into disrepair. I want to encourage this council, additionally, to do whatever is necessary to ensure that the collective bargaining agreements for all unions are adhered to. These are legal binding contracts, and we have yet to get sick bonuses. We have not been paid our overtime since the end of October of last year. And as was brought out with the tropical storm and the snowstorms that we have had and the windstorms that we have had, DPW has been out there. The foremen are in my union. The other workers are in the Teamsters union, none of whom have been paid. It is unconscionable that this woman that is in charge of our finances has the authority to withhold payment to people that have worked, and this is a federal law. You work, you get paid, and yet they have. I was listening to, the thing about raises. She has not given the increases, as the fire department said. The collective bargaining agreement. These people go up in steps. Our union is the worst. We take 10 steps to get to the top. Not getting them. Having gotten them last year, did not get them this year. And there is no rhyme or reason as to why. I have tried contacting the payroll department. Their standard line is, we're working on it. Well, that's been since January of last year. They're not being paid out of credit pay. DPW is extremely short-staffed, so that we don't have enough people to bill the drivers. And so if we have to take a laborer to let them drive, they're entitled to be paid driver's pay. They're not getting it. The last 2 pay periods, I actually had 3 full-time employees work 80 hours for the pay period. 2 of them got paid 56 hours, 1 got paid 24 hours. And then they had the audacity to be arrogant and say, well, I've already addressed that, tell them come down and pick up their checks. How do you make a mistake like that? There's something definitely wrong in that financial office and in the payroll department, which falls under that financial office. I don't know whether it's their program that they're using to extrapolate the data, because I'm putting the information in. I do the payroll. I know what they make. They have called me and asked me, what is the hourly rate for my employee? And that's insane. Their payroll, they cut the checks. Why don't they know how much they make? So in conclusion, I am not happy because, as I said, I'm a taxpayer and the taxes are going to be going up. But I am in favor of this budget, as I see this as the only feasible thing to do, considering the lack of information that we have been provided. Thank you for your time.
Welcome. I appreciate you guys giving me the time of day. My name is Glenn Scott. I'm the police commissioner for the city of Mount Vernon. I'm at 2 Christopher Ridley Way. I came up here today to discuss a matter with you. The other day, I went to inspect vehicles that we have at our city, that our patrolmen are responding to calls on. And as I opened up every vehicle and every door, the seats were almost going out of the vehicles. Floorboards were full of 2 inches of water. Electrical wiring was in that 2 inches of water. And they all needed new wheels. So I'm going around inspecting all these Ford Explorers, these SUVs, and all the other cars during changeover. And I realized these 10 cars run 24/7 all year long. And these officers sit on the metal of the seat because all the upholstery is eaten up. Their equipment, their guns, radios, and etc., dig into the seats after 5 or 6 years of constant use. Our average vehicle out there is 5 years old. And I found myself as police commissioner walking to each person as they were doing the changeover on that tour and apologizing to them for the conditions that they have to respond to the citizens of Mount Vernon in. Okay? They are literally putting the wiring back themselves in the cars to make them function. Forget about temperature controls and things like that. Some of those are non-existent. So the men and women, the city of Mount Vernon, are responding to emergency calls coming out of 2 inches of water, to then step into the slushy streets and may have to run or whatever to fulfill the needs of the city. And I went around and apologized to every officer there for the conditions that they had to work in. Then I came back in the building, and there's a door missing off the men's bathroom, and the woman's bathroom's door is warped. There are brown spots on all the ceilings from the roof leaks. There's no telling what kind of mold and mildew is in that department. The sewage backs up in the police department, in the locker room and shower area. They've gone with this one bathroom with no toilet seat for 3 to 6 months that just got installed the other day. And we expect these men to have pride in the city, these women to have pride in the city, and work better under these conditions. We expect these cops to have good attitudes and be polite and professional at all times when they're wet inside their vehicles. They come into headquarters and it's no better. Everything is antiquated. Everything is antiquated. You gotta excuse me because I actually got choked up looking at these vehicles the other day. Our emergency response truck, there was only one. There should be 4. One truck, 24/7. They respond to a lot of medical assistance jobs as our emergency service members are trained. We cannot sustain this. We talk about recruits and recruitment and trying to keep people who are coming in as the lowest paid. Well, guess what? I've had a group in the academy now, 7, that have not been paid in a month. They've had to come out of thousands of dollars of their own money to buy equipment to get into the academy and not be paid. How can we sustain the police department when our 911 equipment, they haven't paid the maintenance contracts on it in 2 years? So any day now, you may have no 911 service. The 911 service went out twice last year with 45-minute time lags before we could get anything back up. The conditions of the people who work for me, conditions they live in, are deplorable. And yes, I support the budget because it means I won't have to lay them off, but it's only going to be a certain amount of time before they lay themselves off by going somewhere else. We have to do something about these conditions immediately. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Donette Nelson, Deputy Commissioner for the Mount Vernon Building Department. I am also a citizen of Mount Vernon, 130 South 10th Avenue. The function of the building department are many and varied, from enforcement of the state and local code and ordinance to the review of application for permits, new buildings, repairs, alteration, electrical, plumbing, equipment, signs, demolition. In addition, administrative and clerical duties covers issuance of certificate of occupancy, tenancy, letter of compliance, vacant apartment inspections, building inspections, collecting elevator fees, absent landlord fees, refers to the architectural review board, zoning board, and site plan review. Also conducting searches for the department records for the public. The Department of Building processes tremendous volume of work dealing with both the public and private sector. Our mission is to protect the safety and health and welfare of residents by ensuring that construction, repair, alteration, renovation, removing, demolition, and maintenance of structure conform to the applicable requirements of New York State Building Code. The building department has currently one code enforcement team of 1 building inspector, 1 elevator inspector, 2 housing inspector, and 1 plumbing superintendent. And that is to serve a population of 67 people on record. Last year during COVID, our inspectors conducted inspection of 1,887 inspections. They responded to 506 heat and hot water complaints and 1,146 building, zoning, and housing complaints for a total of 1,552 complaints. In addition, 339 vacant apartment inspections were conducted and 858 permits were issued for construction. As the fabric of our city increase and our existing architecture deteriorates, building ages and population increase, and absent owners multiply. The building department focuses the need for further reorganization to meet the public's need. The present staff need to be increased. In 2010, the budget was passed for 3 code enforcement officers due to COVID-19 impact. Not increasing the burden of taxpayers, we have reduced the numbers to 2 hired by the city. The city of Mount Vernon has been selected to participate in the City Rights program. The grant will hire 1 additional code enforcement officers that will focus on the quality of life for the citizens of Mount Vernon. They will work alongside the inspectors hired by the city. We also have 2 additional code enforcement officers that will be hired through the CBG grant. This will give us a total of 5 code enforcement officers. These new additions to our team will help housing complaint and property maintenance issue throughout the city. Now, last year, the building department conducted inspections with a total of 1,664 buildings. We're only able to do 607 inspections, that leaving 1,057 that was not inspected due to lack of staff. We also have our inspectors driving around in cars that are, the air condition does not work during the summertime and the heat does not work during the winter time. We have dry rotted tires. We have inspectors who we have to have other inspectors picked up because their car broke down during on the way to inspections. So we do need this budget to be passed. We also have antiquated systems that we're not able to service the public as we should. We have a high volume of phone calls that comes in the department. We're not able to capture everything because we have lack of staff. Our clerical staff right now is only 3, and they're helping to process permits, which cuts down us answering the amount of complaints that are coming in our department or other questions from our constituents. Our biggest focus is the quality of life for our citizens. The lack of staff will impact us. The lack of staff will impede us from doing so. So I'm asking and I'm begging and I'm pleading that this budget be passed. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening to City Council President, members, Honorable Mayor Patrick Howard, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in support of this budget. As Commissioner of the Assessors Department, we were asked by, Stephanie Vanderpool, 590 East 3rd Street, City of Mount Vernon. I'll start again. As I stated, I'm in support of this budget as Commissioner of the Assessor's Office. We were asked to cut our budget line between 10 and 15%, and we did so. Being the assessor for the City of Mount Vernon, I've been here for 29 years, not in this position, but other positions within the department. The Assessor's Office is a small office, small staff, but we do a lot of heavy lifting to ensure fair and equitable for all taxpayers. We are in charge of assessing all properties, residential and commercial properties, which consist of 11,000 and 1,200 parcels. Our main mission is to be fair and equitable with all parcels and all taxpayers. The city hasn't had a revow since 1960. I'll state that again, the City of Mount Vernon has not had a revaluation since 1960. We're one of 2 municipalities in Westchester that has not had a revaluation done. This has a huge negative impact on the assessed values and the many increased tax surcharges that the city has to deal with and pay back huge refunds. And also, it also impacts the city's overall taxable value. In addition to the assessor's office being responsible for that, we're also responsible for administering all exemptions such as STAR, senior citizens, veterans, and disabilities. I'm proud to say that my office always had an open door policy, which is informal assessment reviews. I do that every year from January up until March for any taxpayer or residents to come in to grieve their taxes. And then we have mandated a formal tax grievance, which is June 1st until the third Tuesday of June each year, which is mandated by New York State Office of Real Property Tax Services. As our state, my office is governed by the Office of Real Property Tax Services, so we're underneath their rules and regulations. Another aspect of my duties as the assessor is I'm the chairperson of the Real Estate Committee, which comprised of Madam Controller Reynolds and the City Council President, Marcus A. Griffith, and myself. Currently, the Real Estate Committee is working off the MREM list, which is surplus properties from the 2014 and 2016 auctions to date. Currently, we have over about 20 properties that are available and ready to sell. This number is subject to be changed, but the Real Estate Committee is committed and dedicated to selling these properties to put them back on the city taxable roll. And as me as being the assessor, that's definitely what I definitely want to see it become taxable. And so at least we'd be able to bring down or increase the city taxable value overall. I will also state in reference to the Real Estate Committee meeting this year, myself and City Council President Griffith, we came to a decision that all of the meetings will be held via Zoom due to the COVID-19 restrictions. And that will be held on the last Friday of each month per the city charter. I would just also like to state, as I said before, we are dedicated and committed to selling the properties as soon as possible to put them back on the roll. And again, I will state that I'm in support of the budget for 2021. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Helen Zamare. I'm the Commissioner for Management Services. For everyone who is listening, I'm asking you to do an assignment for me. Task number 1, do a Google search for the position of the Chief Information Officer and tell me what the salary of that person would be. Assignment number 2, write a job description that says the following. We're looking for a Chief Information Officer. We're looking for a Chief Technology Officer. We're looking for a Chief Procurement Officer. We're looking for a Project Manager. We're looking for a trainer. We're looking for a counselor who can talk their staff off the ledge. We're looking for a therapist who can talk through the trauma that a lot of the staff have basically been suffering. And then in there, they have to be strategic, they have to be technical, they have to have grit and a can-do attitude. By the way, they will be responsible for purchasing, they will be responsible for anything communications, they will be responsible for anything mailroom and reproduction. They will be in here face-to-face even during the COVID times. They will work 24/7 with no overtime, keeping one eye open at night just in case. The servers that have been put together by Band-Aids, rubber band, chewing gum, just name it, are about to fail. You will have 3.5 staff, 3.5, maybe 3.25 staff to serve 700 plus employees, covering the PD, the FD, the water department, and you name it. The servers are 30 years old, older than the vendors who are going to supply you the equipment. They don't even know what the technology is. The software is dated, you can't get to it. You will not enjoy any social life. At Thanksgiving, when you are at dinner, the PD is going to call you because the UPS is failing. And as a result, you're going to stop whatever you're doing, trying to figure out how you can find a solution. It's a 24/7 job. The E911 system is failing, internet is down. You're going to spend 40% of your time placating vendors because they haven't been paid 2 or 3 years before you got here. And they have decided to put you on financial hold because they are not able to supply you any of the equipment you need to fix the problem. You're going to run around departments to find out why vendors haven't been paid. You will need to speak to staff who are traumatized, I mentioned that before. You will need an umbrella in your office because it's going to be pouring down with rain. You will have to factor extra time to use the bathrooms because that's not even described bathrooms. You will use your money to buy the things you need because you are not going to have those resources. You're going to use your own personal equipment, so better bring in your laptop or whatever you need in here. You're going to have desktops and machines that are supposed to be on the network. You can microwave food faster than the machine actually loads, all right? You're going to go through red tape just to hire people. And by the way, they may not be paid for several weeks. You're going to listen to people complain about what is not working, and you're going to try and work and help them. It's a thankless job. There's a social life. You're going to do 12 to 14 hour days. The next time you see me, please tell me thank you for my commission. Thank you.
Good evening, elected official, my colleagues, the uninformed, and the naysayers. My name is Debbie Burrell Butler, reside at 354 South 7th, Mount Vernon, New York. I'm here tonight in support of the budget, which pertains to my department, the Youth Bureau. I have the privilege to be a part of the Youth Bureau for over 20 years. And as the executive director, I can tell you, I've seen changes and that we have made in our youth and our families' life. Why? Because I'm a product. I was in the Youth Bureau as a teenager. And not to brag or boast, but look at me now. I think I'm doing pretty well for myself. But there's other youth like myself that need the help, the love, and the courage, and the support. And this would be impossible if it weren't for the phenomenal team who I have the pleasure of working with each and every day, and some of which have broke barriers during the COVID pandemic and continue to do so even when we're faced by some struggles. You see, it's easy for people who don't know or don't want to learn to say we have gotten an increase within our budget. It's even easier for people who don't have kids between the ages 6 to 24 or think they're better than my Black and brown babies that I mostly serve within the city. To say that I've gotten an increase within my department, that's crazy. Because when I look at the budget, the only thing I saw that I got increased is $5,000 in the line for youth employment, which have not been changed for over 10 years. Let me tell you, right now, minimum wage have increased, and in order for me to employ a youth for 6 weeks, providing them employment opportunity and experience, it costs over $1,500. So a $5,000 increase is not even cutting it. The Youth Bureau plays an essential role in the community by encouraging and facilitating collaboration in assessing our youth's needs. We expose them to new ideas while encouraging them to dream big and provide them with the opportunity and tools to do so. And the best part of this is free of charge to the youth and their families. See, we're always on the prowl for grants, which allow us to decrease risk factors and increase protective factors within my city. Yes, I said my city, even though I wasn't born and raised here. I was born in Jamaica, but I spent more of my life in the city of Mount Vernon than I did in back home in my country. And just in case you don't know, my operating budget is $3.4 million, which the city only equates to 21%. Let me do the math real quick for you. That is $714,946 out of that $3.4 million. It is getting very difficult to man my ship in my department. Why? Because I just told you, 79% is from grants. With a city that has no single audit since 2015, lost bond ratings, how am I supposed to write for more grants? And it's really killing me inside, because when it's time to elect elected officials, part of the story is always the youth. Well, where's the youth now? They're not in the story, but you need to continue to put them in the front mind of your forehead so they understand. We take these kids for advantage and think that they don't understand and see the political games that's being played. And we need to stop that. Most recently, I just got awarded for a 5-year grant that totaled $3.75 million, which in return, thank you, which in return will service an additional 1,000 kids from ages 14 to 18. Why bring that up? Because that was a highly competitive grant that only I received in New York State. Let me repeat that. Only I received that grant in New York State. 1 out of 12. I didn't do it for myself. I didn't do it for my staff. I did it for the youth of Mount Vernon, because they will serve 1,000 kids within 5 years. Cutting my budget will further impact my after-school program. And I can guarantee you, cutting my budget any further, call volumes will increase and office visits will increase. I'll sure know to tell them where to go. It won't be to the Youth Bureau, because I'm not the one decreasing the budget. So before I go, I would like to leave you some stats. Last year, during COVID, I hired 126 youth. I was the only one in New York State to have a virtual program. I was the only one to pay kids a stipend because their parents was losing jobs. That kid was able to help out within their household. My kids just received anywhere from $600 to $2,000 last year during the pandemic. And by that say, I kept them safe from COVID. In addition to that, my STEPA program that's functioning Monday to Friday, the kids receive a stipend anywhere from $125 to $1,000. They're actually learning sign languages and being coached by a MBE Morehouse graduate and who's also a CEO on every Wednesday. In addition to that, I have 10 GEM girls at middle schools that are learning about self-awareness, body images, being mentored in social justice. They're also receiving a stipend of $350. Currently, starting last week Saturday, I have 32 kids enrolled in my Saturday STEAM Academy, which will last for 8 weeks. They receive personal kits that cost them $0. Currently, I have 27 kids in my after-school safe haven. They're receiving homework help, tutoring, coding, and engage in international relationship with students from Mexico, France, Portugal, and start next week, Nigeria. We have purchased 200 Chromebooks for any student who signed up for a strong program, free of cost to that child and to that parent. We're currently doing cooking and nutrition, fitness, academic support, gaming, and coding. Not to mention that we provide our kids opportunities to volunteer. They volunteer in community cleanup with DPW, partake in OEM cleanups, food pantries, neighborhood that cares, annual victim night out with police officer, and voters registration. And I will continue to push that voters registration, because there's certain people in certain seats that need to go.
Good evening to our honorable mayor, to our esteemed council, to all of our commissioners, to everyone within their respective places. My name is Viviana DeCohen. I am the commissioner of the Veteran Service Agency. And tonight I stand here on behalf of our many honorable veterans and those who are still serving, who are active duty here in the city of Mount Vernon, 2,000 plus of whom know me as Mama B. I want to thank you for allowing us to be a part of the Jewel of Westchester as we shine as the sole veteran service agency now in the Hudson Valley region that has opened up the first and only veterans resource known as Kristen's Closet, named after our former commissioner, Kristen Breeze Reed, who made Mount Vernon a Purple Heart city. We stand on a wonderful foundation as she also has sought to erect our first Gold Star monument, which I want you to know that we are not the only city that has a Gold Star monument. We are one of very few that do not have it, which has still yet to be paid. I want you to know that Kristen's Closet is a veterans resource that in just 6 months has served 1,635 veterans. Due to COVID, it is unfortunate to announce that we are also serving our active duty service members who reside here in Mount Vernon, many of whom are now the sole member within their households that are employed. We are also serving our active duty reservists for the same reason. We who reside here in Mount Vernon as veterans, we want you to know that we want to say thank you for first allowing us to have partnerships that have come into Mount Vernon with new organizations and old organizations that have allowed us now to be a one-stop shop within the Veteran Service Agency, offering in-house and online employment agencies. We have now employed many of our veterans who were out of work during COVID. We now have the mental health component that's in-house so that our veterans who do not have transportation do not have to go all the way to Montrose, Castle Point, or the Bronx VA. We now have in-house service officers coming in to take our veterans, two of whom were living in their cars that have gone from rooms to apartments and apartments to homes. We are in favor of supporting this budget and our Madam Mayor because we now have veterans that have stepped up and gotten their veterans claim because we are now certified agency. And we have now been also sending our veterans to college campuses. We want to say thank you for allowing major foundations and organizations who have not only donated new and name brand merchandise to our resource closet, saving us thousands of dollars in just the 6 months. We want you to know that we are looking forward to forging the best services for those who have and will continue to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces as they continue to serve our community. We are just asking that going forward, we have a clean slate as we are now bombarded with many veterans and active duties coming in on a daily basis. The influx of phone calls and the vendors that are coming in prior to our start who are begging to be paid should not overshadow the needs of those who've served and will continue to serve. Thank you as we continue to move forward. We know that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and we thank you for what we accomplished. We have done without your support.
Good evening, all. I am Sylvia Gadsden, the Commissioner of Recreation, and I am in favor of the budget. And please know that the reason why I'm standing before you to say that I'm in favor of the budget is not because the mayor put me up to it. It's not because I want to keep my job. When I was about 22 years old, I prayed to God to let me help the Recreation Department, let me fix some of what we do for children and seniors. I didn't know any better. I'm 44 years old and I got what I prayed for, right? So now for the last, I don't know, 4, almost 5 years, I have become very familiar with the Department of Two Fish and One Loaf. Those of you who are familiar with the Bible know exactly what I'm talking about, right? So anytime that we have to do anything, I say, Lord, please bless it and stretch it, right? Because that is exactly what we need. Unfortunately, what we are dealing with is not scripted. We're not making it up. It's not political. I represent a co-op that pays, I don't know, $1.3 million in taxes, less the star between county, school, and city. And currently, there is a check for $227,422.67 that has not been cashed since July. So you have people that say, oh, there's no money. I guess not, if you have $250,000 sitting around that can actually be verified, right? And so then as Ms. Vanderberg described that she has staff members who work for 80 hours, get paid 24, work 80 hours, get paid 56, I can show you out of my own money where I have paid my own staff, because that is the same thing that they experience. And as opposed to having a fight with someone who interprets legislation the way she wants to, so despite any and all efforts that you make, she decides that's not accurate, so I don't have to pay you. So meanwhile, I don't know, maybe I've paid $5,000, maybe $5,000 to $7,000 to my staff. We're not talking about what I paid for PPEs, because every thermometer, every oximeter that the children, or my children in reverse, the seniors use, with the few activities that we could have for them, I pay for it. Oh, wait a second, did we feed, I don't know, 60,000 meals were served, 300 people a week, right? Actually, it's a day, and that's how we ended up with that number, right? But wait a second, because you can't pay your vendors, so now we're feeding the people that you like to take pictures with the food from Feeding Westchester. And it is actually embarrassing that you have to get up and publicly tell people how you treat the people that you should be honoring. Oh, but baby, when you want to get elected, look at them. And then you go over to the Armory. Oh, has anybody been to the Armory? Where you house the seniors and the developmentally disabled. We're not even talking about them and how they have suffered through all of this as well. And they are included in the number of people that we serve. Because you see, while everyone is thinking that it's a joke, or, oh no, they just want to keep their job, or, oh, they're just saying it, there might be some of that. But what I know for sure is that the people that I work with, maybe they don't come out of their pocket as much as I do, but they do come out of their pocket. They give up their time. And there's so many things that cost that are not budgeted, that are not reflected. What is that? Did you know that every time the fire department has a fire, recreation opens up the building, and we go there and we play with the children that are now burnt out, right? We buy them McDonald's or whatever it is to give them a peace of mind. That's not in your budget, right? And when I say 300 meals a day, we were already the biggest home delivered meal operation in Westchester County, and our numbers have doubled, and you don't see me anywhere. I promise you that it is a lot of money, and it's not fair, because the people that I represent, be it in recreation, the often overlooked demographic, for whatever the reason, they were willing to go out and work when most people were scared for their lives. And maybe it was because they had to survive themselves, right? But another thing you have to keep in mind, wow, it looks like we're so fiscally responsible. No overtime. That's too much overtime. It's abuse of overtime. Yet I had people that were delivering the 300 meals a day, and they weren't even making minimum wage, right? But you don't know all of that. Why she looks like she cares, right? Because it sounds good, because we know that Mount Vernon has been abused. We know that it's over politicized, it's oversaturated. But what I'm telling the people, pay attention. Stop voting for your friend. Stop voting for your cousin. Vote for people that care. Because the people can't hear cause. I'm saying it because I care. I'm saying it because it has cost me. I'm saying it because I have sacrificed. You can say what you want. I don't even know how much money I make, but I could show you the tens of thousands of dollars that I have given to the city of Mount Vernon. More often than not, when I get paid, the city owes me more than that. The Zoom that recreation uses, I pay for that through my organization. When we had Trending Over Tragedy and they learned how to meditate, they did exercise. I pay for that too, but I don't go anywhere and I don't take pictures because the Bible says, let your work speak for you. So all of you that are elected and running, to let your work speak for you so that we can actually move forward.
Shane, great nightfall. Madam Mayor, honorable members of the City Council, elected officials, citizens, and fellow colleagues. I'm Holly Francis Merritt. I am the Commissioner of Human Resources, and I am in support of this version of the budget because I can't wrap my head around an already lean body removing any of the human capital assets that it takes to run this city. This staff is underpaid in comparison to all of our Westchester neighboring municipalities. In joining the city, I did so because this is where my family bought its first home. I joined the Y, I sat on the board, I volunteered, and I fell in love with the young people and the seniors that I got to know here. Because I walk this city, core, whole, square mile. We don't make widgets or gadgets or gas, we are in the business of city government. And I joined and quickly learned that this city was fiscally operating. I joined in 2019. I learned that, and that was August of 2019. I learned that we were operating on a 2018 budget. I sat here at a town hall meeting and watched Controller Reynolds, who is clearly unavailable, hailed that we had a $4 million surplus. Then my first budget meeting that kind of reminds me, similar to this one, we were pushing to get the 2020 budget approved, adopted, and resolved. And the budget really hasn't changed. The BOE resolved that budget, and we pushed through 2019 and 2020 increases in March of 2020. I don't understand whose checkbook we're balancing. I don't understand how we're managing our financial house. So while there is movement, there is not a recruitment point here that is a selling point for people to come and stay other than the love of this city. As a fact, we have processed some of the new PD Academy rookies, and in 3 days, they had already taken other jobs and left us. And so the time to recruit, onboard them, and bring them into the city was an effort that is unbelievable. So the time that we spend in resources to keep bringing people into the city and watching them walk away just hurts my heart. So this budget for an HR staff that supports 700 plus staff, and previously my HR budget as a global HR director plus was pretty much the deficit that you're working with. That was my budget. To bring in human capital assets to run a business, because that's what human capital, that's what we do. We don't make anything. We're running a government. We're running a city. So 25 years of knowledge, know-how, network, host of skills to a city that I know is a jewel. So the human capital assets of this city, I implore you, City Council, they are exhausted. Those that were here prior to the administration that announced it are also suffering with PTSD. The rapid leadership changes, the key personnel and consistent policy and political theater, daily, we ask the staff to do the unthinkable and stretch a dollar for 15 cents. And oftentimes they come out of pocket, as you just heard, for all the necessary items just to run the day-to-day operations of this financial institution. So I'm asking you, it's in all areas. It's impacting everything, even our infrastructure. So then you ask us to shift in the wake of a COVID pandemic. And we've been forced to be creative to make fluid strategic decisions as the pandemic required us to show up and lead with a new toolkit. Through grants that we received, we were able to do one training. And as we interviewed the staff, we realized that that was the first training they had attended in 20 years. We gotta do that. We have an HR staff of 2. We support 700 people plus, and that's just the people that we know that are here on a permanent basis, not the seasonals and all the volunteers and everybody else that joins the city of Mount Vernon, at a turnover rate that is unbelievable. However, We continue to support the recruitment, the labor relations, the union negotiations, the employee relations, the onboarding, the offboarding, the administrative adds, moves, and deletes. This city is resilient, but this is pressing through rethinking and the ability to navigate without available resources. And it feels like you want us to deliver our deliverables and milestones, all the while pressing like we have to be magicians. We shouldn't have to financially wonder what's coming out of the financial hat. This budget process annually shouldn't be a magic show. It's unconscionable that we do not know the finances of the city on a month-to-month basis. So who therefore is derelict in their fiduciary responsibility? The person who's unavailable. So with that, we have to run the operations of a city. She promised under oath to uphold that fiduciary responsibility. So I'm asking us, is she not derelict in her duties? If it were any one of us, would we not be walked out? Just saying. So I have to support this budget. Do not attack my workforce because they need to show up. This city requires us to be present. And the majority of this staff are a reflection of the city and the taxpayers that are in it. So we are already below the median of what our other municipalities pay. It's unfortunate that we don't know what our budget is. And it is February. We're about to go into March. I just ask you to please pass this budget so that we can get back to business, because she will not pay people until there is a approved budget, the person who's unavailable.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and concerned citizens of Mount Vernon. My name is Dina Williams. I reside at 362 Egmont Avenue. I'm the Deputy Director of the Mount Vernon Youth Bureau. So a little earlier, you heard our EG give highlights about all the awesome programs that the Youth Bureau offers to our youth and to our families. To our elected officials, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. We've worked together a long time, so you know the work that the Youth Bureau does, and you understand the importance of the work that we do. But there are some people who may be on the Zoom call or the Facebook or even in this audience who are not aware. It's said that if you don't toot your own horn, it doesn't get tooted, right? Well, let me just say, I'm not here to toot our horn. We're here speaking because we know the services that we offer are valuable. The Youth Bureau staff, they come to work every day to offer youth the youth development programs because we care. No one is here getting rich. We genuinely care about our babies and about this community. We want to see all of them become educated, successful, self-sufficient, so that they can become contributing members of this global community. But the Youth Bureau is here to provide something else. We have always been aware of this issue, but COVID has shined a spotlight on it. Our babies are suffering. And in addition to educational disparities, we must address mental health. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among people between the ages of 10 and 34. The second leading cause of death among people ages 10 to 20 to 34. I had to say it again, I'm sorry. According to the Mental Health American report from 2021, the mental health of our youth is worsening. It's currently at 9.7% in the US. They're suffering from major depression, and this is compared to last year, and it's not true. Because of COVID, some are facing challenges that they have never experienced before, like the mental toll of isolation due to social distancing, or the uncertainty of personal safety and health. The Youth Bureau is here for them. programs are literally a safe haven for some of these children. We offer wellness workshops. We've offered them with one social worker to the students and parents, and we realized that we needed to do more. So we're in the process of hiring 4 more social workers. Now, this is not at any cost to the city of Mount Vernon. As I explained, we get grants, so this won't cost the city anything. We provide our Youth Bureau directory because we know we don't have all the answers, but our directory has a plethora of resources for the youth and the families in this city. Again, our babies are suffering. The Mount Vernon Youth Bureau and the work we do, it's essential. Thank you.
Good evening. Jennifer Mastrogiorgio, Department of Public Works. I'm here to speak in support of this imperfected budget for 2 main reasons. Above all, no layoffs and no furloughs. And secondly, we need a budget so that we can get on with this year, collect taxes, pay bills, and get back to business. I'm also here tonight to once again speak out against the actions, or I should say inactions, of so-called Controller Deb Reynolds. While I feel like we have said it all, we may not have said it enough times. We have stressed how her incompetence has seriously affected our department operations. We've expressed the effect it has had on the morale of the workers. We've invited you all to the yard, we showed you, but again, maybe we haven't said it enough because it feels like nothing's been done. We've tried to convince some DPW employees to also come here tonight. And I completely understand why they didn't want to come. They have been screaming at the top of their lungs and feel like no one hears them. They feel their cries for help have fallen on deaf ears. In a meeting last week, one employee compared our workers to animals in a shelter. While I feel it is completely inhumane to let animals live in decrepit environments with no heat, leaky roofs, or no food, what do we call it when our men practically live in similar environments? Because that's what they do. They live here in the city, working around the clock to get the job done. The men who work in our garage tolerate the worst working conditions. It is cold. There are puddles, more like ponds, all over the place. I saw a hole that my entire foot could fit through on the floor last time I was there. The lighting is poor, and we can't even repair the lighting until we repair the leaky roof. And leaky is being kind. The roof has actual holes in it. These men work in what one employee referred to as a torture chamber. You know what Chinese water torture is? Water torture is a painful process in which cold water is slowly dripped onto the scalp, forehead, or face for a prolonged period of time, allegedly making the victim insane. This is what our mechanics are currently being put through. If these were the conditions in which animals were living in, people would be outraged. They would picket, and the fundraising and support would start flowing in. Where is the outrage for our city employees who suffer under these appalling and unimaginable conditions? Is this not also inhumane? Why is no one fighting or picketing? And tonight, I'm only focusing on the garage. Maybe another time I'll delve into the hundreds of other issues we have, our sewers, our equipment, tools, trucks, and our other city-owned facilities that we maintain. The point is we can't get anything done. Why? Deborah Reynolds. We do need a budget approved right away, but I urge you to keep in mind that the issue here is still Deborah Reynolds. I know these issues did not occur overnight. I understand that so much wrong with this city is the result of years of neglect and mismanagement. But right now, today, our biggest problem is Deborah Reynolds. My department alone has over $3 million in outstanding bills dating back to 2018. Every week, I email the controller requesting an appointment to hand in invoices to be paid, and every week I am ignored. My commissioner isn't even allowed in her office. How is that possible? $3 million in bills, dozens of vital vendors who refuse to continue doing business with us, and we cannot even sit down with the controller and discuss them with her. We get no explanations as to why our bills do not get paid. We receive no documentation describing the state of our financials. Same old story, same old complaints, you know it. Well, don't let me forget to mention our men who literally have put their lives on the line during a threatening pandemic and have not been paid their overtime since November 6th. If that is not a sign of complete disrespect and lack of appreciation, I don't know what is. Sure, we're 3/4 of the way done with this lady, but the 325 days we still have left with her are going to be hell if nothing changes. We can't even put Band-Aids on our problems anymore because she won't pay for the Band-Aids. What is the plan? Who can help us and how? What in the world is going on in that office? DPW will be forced to shut down very soon if changes aren't made. We have nothing left to work with. We barely have the motivation of our dedicated men. I see the look of defeat in their faces and it breaks my heart.
Good evening. Good evening. Ali Evans, 420 East Prospect. I'm the Director for Office of Emergency Management. I deal in threats, hazard identification, and risk assessment. That's my job. What I have to do is figure out what the biggest threats to the city of Mount Vernon are and try to help and coordinate our team so we can take care of it. The reason I'm for this budget is because it keeps that team together. We've heard a lot about what we can't do. We've heard a lot about what somebody has not done. I'm here for the budget because of what we can do. All night, for the last few months, for the last year, we can go beyond that. What you keep overlooking is what we can do. Those police officers in the car with 2 inches of water, they do their patrol. Those firefighters with the trucks that don't work or don't show up or can't get things done, they put those fires out. Youth Bureau, Recreation, the unsung heroes, the people you never see, we have 250. We have 250 coats that we've collected that we can't even clean because we don't have enough, but we keep getting donations because people know we can. We put together 150 bags of blessings for the homeless and those who are displaced. We can do it. We have the capacity. We have the capability. If you take a look, everything you've heard in this room over the last year has told you that every time you say we can't, we figure out a way to do it. Right. DPW has been decimated for quite some time. We've had storm after storm after storm, and your streets are still clean. These guys haven't gotten paid overtime. They haven't got paid regular time either. But they're not getting taken care of, yet they still show up. The reason you have to vote for this budget is because the worst thing that can happen is when good people don't react to bad things. Right now, you guys are the good people who have to pass this budget to keep the team together. Because there's no other team that's going to be like the one that's behind me. There's no other team that's going to come together. There's no other team that's going to be able to pull out of nothing. There's a song I love. It was a saying. It said, "We the willing, led by the unknowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful." We have done so much for so long with so little. We are now qualified to do anything with nothing. Hello, Mount Vernon. That's us. We can do anything with nothing. My nickname is Blick Island. They are the team that makes it all work. Bubble gum, paper towels, paper clips, duct tape. I kid you not, I can show you it on a couple of vehicles. A couple of vehicles I have. Some of them have rust holes so big that I could probably do the Fred Flintstone underneath them. But they're still driving, and we still use them to get the job done. Don't give us the budget because of what we can't do. Give us the budget because we've proven what we can with so little. The biggest threat to the city of Mount Vernon right now isn't a single person. It's about a single person destroying the morale of the team that's already doing it. Don't fight for the political tricks. Don't fight for you know, the snap, crackle, and pops of it. What I need you to do is pull it together and back the team that's holding us down, that's keeping it together when they don't have a reason to even show up. You can't tell me we don't have the heart. You can't tell me we don't have the capacity, the capability, or the willingness. Because every time we get punched, we get right back up and we still here fighting. Please, please, don't be the good people who are inactive. Don't be the good people who ignore what's right in front of you. Keep this team together. This budget is not perfect, but it keeps our team flowing until we can get to that better time. Because you know what's going to happen. The moment we give up, it's like that relationship. The moment you gave up on it, you don't realize that you done fixed all the things that were wrong in it, all this time that you stayed with it. And then all of a sudden, the moment you say, I'm done, you don't realize that you done polished up that coal into a diamond, and now you're gonna give it away to the next person when it really is the jewel of Westchester. Don't do that. All I'm asking is, I'm here to back the budget. I'm here because my team needs you to back this budget so they can stay together. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Bolivar, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Planning and also the Executive Director of the Urban Renewal Agency. Honorable Council members, Madam Mayor Patterson Howard, Commissioners, Deputy Commissioners, residents of the city, you've heard a lot about the Planning Department and the Urban Renewal Agency, and I'm here today to clarify some of what you've heard, which is not accurate. You don't hear much from me because I'm behind the scenes working feverishly with a small and dedicated team in the planning department. I'm the only staff member for the Urban Renewal Agency. But during the past 2 years, we've accomplished a great deal for the city. We have allocated funds to invest in public safety. So 2 years ago, we purchased 3 fire trucks for the fire department to ensure that we address public safety, make sure that our firefighters are safe and that the residents of the city are safe. We purchased a ladder truck this year because there is only one ladder truck for a city of 100,000 individuals. Although they have another truck that's 25 years old, but we made an investment in public safety because it's a priority for this council and for this administration. We are receiving $3.5 million approximately in COVID funds from the housing department to prepare, prevent, and respond to the pandemic. So coming this March, we are going to be allocating funds for small business assistance to small businesses in the city. So they will get $10,000 grants. If you're a small business of 25 employees or less, you can apply, and there will be a competitive process, and we'll have an organization that will administer this for us. So we are sensitive to small businesses in the city. We are also purchasing 4 ambulances so that the city can launch a municipal ambulance service that will be run by the fire department, because we're very focused and concerned about the racial disparities in the city, the health disparities, and we want to make sure that we reduce the emergency time, the response time. So it's in a city of 100,000 to have only 2 ambulances that are leased is distressing, to say the least. We have also allocated funds for food in the city. We were the first ones in the entire county to launch a food distribution program, and our recreation department administers that piece. So we have 1 million pounds of food through our funds that we have allocated that for food distribution. We partner with Feeding Westchester, and we also have food that is distributed to the 14 food pantries across the city. Food is also provided to our seniors. Food is also provided to our children at the Mount Vernon Boys and Girls Club. That stopped because of the pandemic, and so Feeding Westchester, which is the food bank for the county, started going and distributing the foods directly to the children at their homes using DoorDash. In addition, you heard from Recreation, which they are extraordinary, and they alone have distributed 1.2 million pounds of food. So in the city this past year, 2.2 million pounds of food, and yet that's still not enough. We have also used those funds to provide assistance to anyone who wants to start a business or grow a business. So in the past 2 years, we provided funds to the Women's Enterprise Development Center, and 32 residents of the city have benefited from this. So I'm taking the time to talk about this because it's important for you as the residents of the city to know what we have done, what we're going to do, and always with the idea and focus to address the pressing community needs of the city. Our planning department is a very small staff. We are only 6 employees right now. There are 5 vacancies. And the funds we are getting for the CARES Act funds that we're looking to hire people is to make sure they help us launch these programs and that we address the compliance requirements, because with these federal funds, there are requirements that we must comply with. Otherwise, we have to pay back those monies, and we're not going to do that. And under my watch, we have turned around these programs. So I get personally offended. Let me say that again. I get offended and angry when anyone talks about how these funds are being currently managed. They may have been mismanaged in prior years, but in these past 2 years, we have made sure that we account for every single dollar. And we are able to open up our books and show HUD and show anyone who wants to see what we do with those funds, we have the ability to do so. When HUD came in last August and they spent 9 days with us, 9 full days, and they looked at our books and they looked at how we managed those programs and they looked to see if we had the supporting documentation, there were no findings. That has all happened under my watch. And I'm not saying that to brag about my work. I am saying that so people understand that we have turned around these programs. We're looking at how we address the pressing community needs, because the needs are great. And we are using every single dollar under this administration and with the support of the city council to ensure that the needs of the neediest of our residents of the city are addressed. And to my commissioners and deputy commissioners, I've had to apologize to you because the funds we allocated to address the needs that you do, the after-school programs, the food distribution, I have not been able to pay you those funds in over a year and a half. And I haven't been able to do that because those funds were sitting in the controller's office. And we had HUD investigate, we've had the city council request that those funds be released. We also had legislation passed by the city council to no avail. So I apologize to you because you do amazing work. And it hurts me to see that we're not able to pay those scholarship students or the after school or the kids that participate in the after school programs or the work that Recreation does on these food distribution programs. But know that I respect and commend you for what you do. And to the planning department staff, it's very small staff, but they do a great deal, not only for to support our other commissioners, but we also do things that are not even in our purview. We are working, we have staff working to put together a draft of a procurement policy for the city because we care about the city. We want to do everything we can to support our commissioners and the staff of the city and also the residents of the city. And finally, I support this budget because even though we might not know all of the financial information, we do know that we have a president and an administration committed to racial equity, committed to addressing the needs of our communities of color and working class families. And for that reason, they are allocating federal funds to support states and cities across the country, providing them tax relief, so that we don't have to furlough or lay off employees, particularly those who were our first responders and essential workers, people who early on during this pandemic went out there to support and provide assistance to those in need. So again, Mount Vernon, know that at the federal level, funds are going to be made available to cities and states across the country to provide tax relief so that we don't have to furlough employees. And it is unconscionable to even have that conversation of the very people who provided assistance and who were in the front lines during this pandemic. So with that, thank you for hearing me out, and I do support this budget. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak in favor of the budget?
Listen, we on tape, I don't want anybody to see me going up on mic, that's not clean. We need some levity in this, man, I know I need it. Praise God, right? Okay, good evening, city council members, good evening, all elected officials, good evening to members of the public, my fellow commissioners, residents, and particularly my fiscally conservative residents, because I want you to know tonight that there's a difference between being fiscally conservative and being off the charts but not paying your bills at all. Okay? My residence is right downstairs in the law department. That's where it's been since I got the appointment. Thank you. Thank you. And you know, it's my pride and joy, but someone once said in this room tonight that only people that love this city could stay here, and that is absolutely true. Because if I did not love this city, if I wasn't born in that hospital across the street, if my mother was not born in that hospital across the street, and growing up in Leicester Towers, I would not be able to do this. Not at all, not 1 second. And every lawyer that I speak to throughout the day say, I don't know how you do it, take your stuff and go. So I'm directly in the line of fire. If I am telling people who are not attorneys that we don't have the resources to do our jobs, that the city is single-handedly going to go bankrupt because someone is not doing their jobs, then I better damn well do a CYA. I can't say that. My name, that's important. I'm Brian Johnson. And for those that don't know me, I've worked in the law department for 18 years. I've been progressively employed there. Started out with Mayor Davis, worked for Mayor Davis, Mayor Clayton Young, Mayor Davis again, Mayor Richard Thomas, Councilman Andre Wallace, and did I forget anybody else? Well, it was 18 years. 18 years. So anyway, and the last couple of years have been extremely rough, and I don't have to tell you why. A lot of it played out in the media. So it was with great trepidation and concern that I finally put my name in the hat to be the Corporation Counsel. And I thought that I would be the best person because I thought I knew how difficult it would be. So I signed up for the challenge. And I'm deeply honored to serve under the Sean Patterson Howard administration. But now, let me get to the order of business. My first task was to restore the integrity of the law department, because that is my pride and joy. Working there for 18 years, I basically had my whole legal career there. So it's important to me that people have faith that we're doing the right thing. And I think I was able to achieve that. As soon as we got in the door, I started receiving all these phone calls from all these lawyers who had not been paid and were threatening lawsuits. I think our biggest problem is that people have heard it all before. The comptroller's not paying the bills, and they've heard it all for 4 years. And you know, we pat ourselves on the back for hanging in there. But I want to pat the vendors on the back for hanging in there. I want to pat the law firms that have continued to work that have not been paid but have been ignored. I want to thank them for continuing to do the work. But here's your problem. our problem, our collective problem. They're not gonna do the work anymore. They're just not gonna do it. And so when I walked into the law department for the first time, we have a historic amount of lawsuits, ever. I'll say it again. We have a historic amount of lawsuits ever. And why? Is that because nobody listens to what we say. A lot of the lawsuits are unnecessary. They're due to issues of non-payment. More are coming in every day. They're due to people firing and terminating people without cause and without working up the file prior to doing these things. So the comptroller is telling me that we don't have any money to pay our attorneys, which I find interesting, but not so much. So Labor Council told me when I walked in the door, they said, oh, by the way, you see the law department budget for Labor Council has been $100,000. And I know somebody recently wrote about that and said, the law department is spending more money than they should be spending. And I agree. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to give you the documentation to show you that this has been long-standing and how much has actually been paid and how much has been budgeted for. I didn't know this. I don't know budgets. So they told me that the last administration told them to hold on to the bills after the budget was done. So, and then plop them on the law department. $350,000 arrived at my desk in labor costs from Labor Council after January 2nd. So if you see, you paid $100,000. They told me these bills were accrued in 4 months, just 4 months. Why? Because there was a lot of litigation going on related to people being fired, suspended, and all other kinds of things. By the way, I was one of those people. I'm back. God is good. All right, so let's talk about some of these long existing legal fees that you have. So this came from the comptroller. She said these bills, and this is a matter of public record because she sent it to the Journal News and tried to blame it on the law department and this administration of bills rate for law firms. So there's one law firm that was paid $495,325.61. There's another law firm, over $700,000. There's one firm that, Councilman Wallace's firm, that was paid $780,608.94. Then there's our Labor Council, who we budgeted $100,000 for. $985,093.22. Then there's the people that hire, that do our workers' comp, $364,156.81. Then there's the comptroller's law firm, over $300,000. And then there's a law firm that I hired because I had no choice but to hire because I didn't have any lawyers, which for the most part, it was me and one other lawyer. I specifically, when I started realizing I had this huge debt that was not visible to me prior to becoming corporation counsel, I said, oh, you better hold off because you're going to spend more on outside counsel. I had no idea exactly how much more. So the law firm that I hired is doing great work for us, by the way, because all cases were messed up. 118, and then there was another firm, 148, and then there's another one, 107,000, and there are still monies owed unknown. What we do know is that there are about $2.4 million in outstanding legal bills that predate this administration. Let me be clear. It predates this administration. Marcus is telling me to help. There we go. I get it. All right. No. Listen, I'm also very tired, you know. So what we do also know is that the prior law firm that I had directed the comptroller not to pay, hired by Councilman Wallace, was paid $237,608.89 off the 2020 budget. We don't know where that money came from. I had advised her not to pay that particular firm because we know that they will also pay from the water department and the IDA. And then I wanted to audit those bills to see whether or not these were legitimate expenses. I do know that when they came into the law firm in, I think it was in August, all of the cases that were currently with other firms were transferred to that firm and put the law department in a complete uproar. we don't know. The comptroller's telling me we don't have money to pay the lawyers that are approved. However, these bills have not been approved.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah?
You're 8 minutes.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then.
I need the time when you started.
That's good. That's good. I can wrap it up because I'm signed up for city council. Okay, well, I'm talking about why we need the additional monies, right? So to sum it up, and then I have $60,000 from having to pay for another former elected officials stuff that hit within 6 months. So this amount of money that you want to give for contracted legal services is going to not even really tip the scale of what has been spent. I am trying to manage it. There's been some suggestion that my office should do labor. They're not qualified to do labor. Plus, we have a historic amount of lawsuits there. The attorney that has represented the city in labor said in their 40 years of practice, they have never had this amount of lawsuits. It should be noted that that is a full-service labor firm with 3 dedicated people to do the work for the city of Mount Vernon, who have put all those cases and thrown it at my lap.
Good evening, City Council President, members, Madam Mayor, elected officials, commissioners. I'm here and I can talk about the budget. My name is Linda McNeil. I'm pretty well known here. I live at 228 Brookside Avenue. I believe that I have had the longest running sewer problem than any resident in Mount Vernon, which is in excess of 20 years. The last 4 months is just the most recent episode. 3.5 years ago, my family and I were placed in a hotel for 3 months, but that's in the past. Today was a good day.
Are you here to talk about the budget?
No, we thought we were finished with the budget. Oh, man. I know, but he said afterwards that we could see. So I gotta start over at the end. Huh? Okay.
So is there anybody else?
Just the last one, and
I'll
keep it
You
short.
last, Commissioner? What about the DPW commissioner? Are you gonna speak? No. What everyone else says, it seems to be. The county can't decide who's gonna speak right there, right? So Madam Mayor, can you go, Commissioner, you come in?
DPW Commissioner Damani Bush, 1 Roosevelt Square, room 108. Just to speak on the budget a little bit. Well, no, I'm going to speak about DPW. Just to give some quick facts. In the year 2000, DPW had 270 personnel. Today, we have 129. Over the past 20 years, we have lost more than half of our workforce. But meanwhile, the workload has increased. Last year, our sanitation guys picked up 30,000 tons of garbage. It's about twice the size of the Brooklyn Bridge. Each worker, we have 24 workers in our sanitation department. Each worker picked up an additional 400,000 pounds of garbage last year. Now, I say that to say this, I love and respect our fire department, our police department, and everyone else in the city. But often overlooked and unnoticed is the hard work that DPW puts in on a daily basis. Our daily operations consist of emergencies. This morning, I actually went down to our garage, and as I walked in with my umbrella because it's raining inside, I noticed our welder was welding 2 pieces of steel together. And I looked at him and I said, well, what are you doing? You building a clubhouse? Or what's going on down there? And he said, no, we're making plows. I said, wait, what? He said, yeah, we're making plows out of steel. So I said, wait a minute, you guys don't have any extra plows down here right now? He said, no, the vendor has not been paid since 2018. So I say that to say, you know, on a daily basis, these guys, they work miracles. The last snowstorm, we got 21 inches of snow. It's the biggest snowstorm in the past 5 years.
These guys have not been paid their overtime since November 6th. They still came out and got the job done. Not for the politics. Not for the politics. We don't get into that. We do it for the people. And I had to check myself too, because I said, as you said too, Brian, you have to have an emotional attachment to the people of Mount Vernon to do this job. So a lot of times that I feel like giving up and I say, you know what, I can't do this. I can go somewhere else and make more money. We all get it. But at the end of the day, we love our city, we love our people. So we continue to fight. Just to say the least, like I said, the past due bills right now, as Jennifer said earlier, we're up to almost $3 million in unpaid bills since 2018. Earlier, I was on the phone with our asphalt company begging for asphalt to repair our potholes. I drove around today. There are so many potholes out throughout the city. We have one guy that's doing that, and we can't even buy the asphalt to do it. Our streets haven't been repaved in years because right now we have $2.7 million in CHIPS funding that hasn't been allocated because of a past due bill that the controller has refused to pay, which a judgment was just passed a few weeks ago. But we have to pay now with a 9% interest on it. On top of it, that's not reimbursable. So I said that to say it's a lot of frustration throughout the department. The morale is at a critical low right now, but we're still out there getting the job done every single day. That garbage, we picked up garbage in the middle of the snowstorm. No other city did that. They picked up garbage and plowed the streets in the middle of the biggest snowstorm in the past 5 years. No other city did that. So I want to say I love and respect my guys. We're going to continue to fight. We're going to continue to fight for the city of Mount Vernon, for the residents. And I'm in support of the budget because we need it right now, but I'm more in support of Controller Deborah Reynolds paying the workers and paying the bills. That's what we need right now. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Sean Patterson Howard, 405 South 3rd Avenue, Mount Vernon. I'm here to speak in favor of the budget. I think I'll be the last speaker for fours, and then the against can get up and speak. You've already heard from our commissioners, some of our deputy commissioners, the challenges that we are faced with every day. And while we have people who sit on the sideline and try and pick holes in the budget, they're not the ones who have to deal with the day-to-day realities of running this city. Bills have not been paid. People have not been paid. City Hall is a big, beautiful old building, but it's not a plantation. And neither do we involve ourselves in indentured servitude. We cannot continue to treat our staff like criminals and slaves, nor can we treat them like a workforce that is not worthy of being paid. So for those who feel that there have been some increases, let me explain what the increases in any departments are. Because clearly there are people, while they've served in public office, that have no understanding of what contractual increases and step increases are. They are annual increases, even though these unions have not had a contract since 2017. They are still working on old contracts where they do receive basic increases. That is what is reflected in the budget. The increases in the planning department are only reflected, the 64% increase in the planning department that some have referenced come from federal dollars at no cost to the taxpayer, but yet providing critical services. Some of the services that our deputy commissioner did not mention is with our COVID monies, we will have emergency financial eviction assistance and prevention, utility disconnection prevention services. We will have homeless street outreach services as well. And we will continue to provide elevated services in the area of EMS. These are critical things. No one is receiving big raises here in the city of Mount Vernon. We did not cut public services. What we did is defund positions that have not been filled in a while. Our police department has not operated at a full complement. And as a responsible taxpayer and administrator, we decrease those empty positions instead of taxing the homeowners and the businesses for services we knew we wouldn't be providing. Because that's what's been done for a long time, just so we could have, or say we have a surplus at the end of the year. But we're taxing you for services you never intended to provide. Because when you have 14, 15 vacancies year over year, you know you're not going to fill that. So yes, we cut some positions out of the police department. And yes, we cut historically vacant positions out of the fire department and some of the other departments. Not because we didn't care, but because it would be irresponsible to tax our residents and our businesses for positions we're not going to fill and then act like at the end of the year we made that. So let's be clear. We decreased services or expenditures, not services, because as it's been said, we work magic. We've decreased expenditures in our recreation department or our office of aging, not because we've decreased services, but if we're not operating the armory and the Dole Center and in-person services, and you don't have staff doing that, there's no need again to tax the city. We are working with lots of volunteers, and we have our staff who work in those departments, and several of them who are paid at such historically low rates that they are living in homeless shelters here in the city. So let's not talk about fraud, waste, and abuse and bloat when we have staff who live in homeless shelters. We do. And who are getting food deliveries from other places because we really can't serve our staff that way. When we talk about half the businesses in Mount Vernon are closed, we've had some businesses shutter, like other communities. But what I also know is that Mount Vernon is the only city in the state of New York that met our annual tax revenue projection. The only city in the state of New York. We budgeted for almost 22 million, and we came in at 400,000 plus in the middle of a pandemic. And that was done because we put together a COVID resilience and business resilience response team. So yes, we did increase our sales tax revenue, because if you know something else, you know that your sales tax revenue doesn't just come for your local businesses, but if you purchase anything online, which I'm assuming a lot of us do, you get sales tax revenue. So again, we put in the budget a little increase in sales tax, and we budgeted for what we know that we're going to do. And I'm almost finished, because I just want to save some people some time who might have some questions as to why we've done something. We actually we outpaced Westchester County. In the fourth quarter, we had an 11.2% increase in our sales tax revenue as compared to the county of Westchester, who had an increase of 4.4%. Our real property transfer tax, yes, while we only have one or two transfer companies or title companies that are working with Mount Vernon, because our controller will not accept the monies or doesn't have a right process, we are still selling homes in Mount Vernon at almost outpacing anything that we've ever seen. Why? Because people are moving from the city and other urban areas into our community. So yes, we budgeted for that. Why should we not budget for what we know that we're going to get, only just to play it extra safe and tax our residents at a higher rate? So the numbers that we do know and the numbers that we can manage, we budgeted for responsibly. No, this budget is not perfect. No, it does not budget for $2.5 million in tax certiorari refunds because we haven't done an evaluation. No, it doesn't budget for the $2.4 million in old law department bills that we have. No, it doesn't budget for the millions in settlements that we will have
because administrators who didn't have knowledge of employee rules and laws came in like Wyatt Earp and just randomly fired people without due process and without paperwork to back it up. So we have some indefensible lawsuits that we're gonna have to pay out. But we cannot fix and repair 20 years of bad budgets in 1 year. So are there some things that this budget does not include? Absolutely. But it would be irresponsible to try and put it all in 1 year. And it's unfortunate that in the midst of a pandemic, in the midst of social and racial unrest, and in the midst of an economic crisis, that we would make up stuff or either show our lack of budgeting expertise by trying to pick apart something that clearly they don't understand. And no, we have not decreased the resources of the building department. We've shifted it away from the taxpayers, and we're putting additional resources in the building department through the Attorney General's grant and through CDBG funds. So I just want to make the record clear for anyone who might have received interesting email. And as our assessor already stated, we have a real estate committee. We do have homes left from the 2014 and 2016 auction, which we already have people who are very interested in purchasing and other people who want to purchase them. So yes, we budgeted that number because we're confident that we can make it. And the last thing, we do have real property here in Mount Vernon. We have millions of dollars of real property here in Mount Vernon, and we need to restore it and return it to the tax rolls. Some of it through land use and leases, others through sales. We cannot continue to hold on to things that we cannot manage, maintain, or do anything with, just for the sake of holding on to them. We have a year to work and identify new revenue sources. Yes, we are going to work with the state of New York and look at early retirement options, which will serve us millions and which will turn over our workforce and allow us to not pay $90,000, $95,000 to people who are injured and not able to come to work, and bring in 2 people for the cost of 1 who have fresh legs and arms and who are ready to work. That will help us reduce our overtime, yes. And we will go out for bonds and we will go out for bans. But also the last thing that I want to say is in this budget, we have put $300,000 in this budget to address the lack of audits that have been done. And we're not going to be able to get them all done in 1 year, but if working with the controller, if, and only if she pays for our auditors to do their work, and if and only if she cooperates with them in providing them with the numbers, and if and only if she takes that part of her job seriously, then we will be eligible to go out for different bonds, different bans, and other ways to fill the gaps that we have within our budget. Thank you. I ask that you support this budget. The city needs this budget, and we need to get back to the work of governance and leave the politicking for another time.
Anybody else want to speak? Is anybody else want to speak in favor of the budget? Is anybody else want to speak in favor of the budget? Is there anybody else that wants to speak in favor of the budget? We do have some folks that are on Zoom that want to speak. I'm not sure if they want to speak in favor or against. If they want to speak in favor, you have them speak now.
Any members on the Zoom link who wish to speak in favor or against the budget? In favor of the budget, please come off mute, identify yourself, and get one more into the call. Again, if any other members of the budget, for those of you in the audience and in the building, you will not see them listed there, but I can see them.
Everybody here? If not, I'm going to ask for people to come up that want to speak against the budget that are in the room. It's getting late, folks, so we don't have time for a lot of delays. If you're here and ready to speak, just go. Thank you.
Did you think?
No, I don't think so. It's just the mic is on.
uh, 120 Southfield Avenue, Japan, and I'm not for the budget at all because it's a lot of fluff. Doesn't really say anything. It says maybe, Madam May I, Mother May I, maybe we're gonna do this, maybe we're gonna do that. It makes it seem as though everything just started and everything that we're dealing with BTW has been ongoing before this administration and the last administration and the one before that. I'm kind of confused about the food thing. If somebody came up here and said everybody ate, and somebody came up here and said nobody's eating. I don't support it because it makes no sense, because it's a maybe, it's a come on and let's see. I don't support it because we have so many people up here, a team of people. And I appreciate that we have a team of people up here, but they seem to be all on the same side. I can't support that because ideally, in order for a budget to pass, the council has to give an eye to it. So everything that has happened thus far with the controller had to come to the council. So I'm not gonna hold the controller responsible because the council legislates the law. So if they say yes, they gotta go to her to go get the money. Really? Really? So I can't say very well, you know what? It's the controller. She's got the purse, she's got the strings, and everybody's sitting down, la, 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 la. When the truth of the matter is, legislation has been passed by the council. By the council. So legislation being passed by the council and the controller has to approve it, then it's a three-party government all locked up doing the same thing. And then you come up here and you fluff and you say, oh my God, these police officers, we want to help them. Oh my God, the fire department, oh my God, my God, my God. But what you're not saying is the BS and corruption that's all behind the smoke and mirrors. So I'm not gonna support anything until I get concrete, not from the controller, from the legislators. Right, because she can't do nothing without you, and you can't do nothing without her. The man can come up here and say what she wants to say. She can persuade and convince all day long. But at the ending of the day, come on now, legislators. You're not gonna do it for the purse, and you all in lockstep. The controller has to do what she has to do because it's for the good of the city. Tell the people the truth, so that at the ending of the day, when we decide to vote on who's gonna be the council member, when we decide to vote, we will know who voted in the best interest of the people. If the legislation was put in balance, so not only did it revenue, not only does it revenue the city, it also revenues the people. And all this mental health business, you got Mount Vernon got stuff for $4 million, $5 million. Go get our money from them. Go get our money from them. All of y'all. Y'all legislated that. $4 million, and the same people that was there 3 years ago are still there today. What they doing with the money? Generational wealth for them? And then we're gonna talk about the black thing. Why are we talking about black people? How's that into the equation? Because this is the plantation. It is. Everything in the store has gone up, what, $52.20? And not one legislative person here said, we've got to do something during the pandemic. Because prices and price gouging is out of hand. No, what we said, we're gonna give away food and maybe the can won't be expired. And be grateful. And thank God we got these churches. And thank God we got these food pantries. But don't worry about getting a job. Just hold on to the budget. Just hold on, because we're gonna show up sooner or later. So when you come to the table, switching up your face and act like you know what I'm talking about, you know that legislation has to be passed in order to create a budget. Please, what's the problem? What's the problem? Holmes, is my time up? I'm not talking to you. Holmes, is my time up? Thank you, sir. I respect your time. I understand what's going on, sir. You don't want to hear the truth. You like the corruption of the truth. That's not fine. You can call me sir all day long, but you won't disrespect me. You understand me, miss? Anybody else want to speak against the budget? That was wrong. Anybody else want to speak against the budget? Going once?
Greetings, Council President, Council. My name is Jeff Monroe. Greetings, community. I'm just going to speak to really, maybe I might call it budget agnostic at this point. I'm assuming the original document hasn't been changed, but I'm going to speak to the nature of transparency that I spoke to last time, only because I haven't had any official response since, and that is that if the line items regarding public access fees are still the same, I'm still wondering if, and if so, why, revenues are being generated without an audit. I'm wondering if, and if not, why not, an audit has not occurred. I'm also wondering if, and if so, why, monies that are being generated for public access are not being allocated to an obviously deficient public access system here in Mount Vernon. If those monies are being allocated to the general budget, I'm wondering if they can be recalled, and those are just general technical questions. To be fair to the executive branch, I realize these numbers may not even be traceable unless the comptroller has those numbers, but of course, the comptroller hasn't been here to answer those questions. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak against the budget?
Just put the air conditioning on or open up some windows. It's too hot out here. Not open enough. Oh. Thomas Keller, 12 Pasadena Place. Okay, I believe the budget, the tax increase to support this budget is too high. 3.86% is too high. It's way above the inflation rate. It's way above the tax cap and so forth. And that we're in difficult times. The mayor in her overview mentioned a couple of months of shutdowns. It's more than that. That was back in the spring. Shutdowns have continued beginning in the fall and into this year. The unemployment rate in the country is like 6.3 was the last. In New York State, it's 8.52. Because we have Cuomo who doesn't want to open up. That's not the case in Florida and other places. So we're in perilous times. Back about 5 or 6 years ago, there was a survey done, and somebody said 2 weeks ago that we pay the highest taxes. We don't pay the highest taxes, as Mr. Gallagher pointed out, but we pay the highest taxes in New York State as taxes as a percentage of the market value of the property. 5, 6 years ago was 4 or 5%. I don't know what it is now. People can't afford this. Mortgages that are owned by Fannie and Freddie, I hope you know who they are, they're getting a forbearance, if you will. I don't know if it's automatic or whether you have to ask for it or not. For those people whose mortgages are held by non-Fannie and Freddie, XYZ financial institution that hasn't sold into Fannie and Freddie, they have to go individually to try to get forbearance if they can't make the payments. So we're hurting. 3.86% is too high. Now, back a few weeks ago, I made some suggestions. Borrow from the state for partial or total increases in retirement funds. I mentioned sharing arrangement. Started at the top, 5% up to 80,000, 10% 80 to 120, 15% 120 to 150. It wasn't acted upon. The borrowing for the retirement wasn't acted upon. But lo and behold, the fund balance went from 2 million to 4.8 million. That's good. And by the way, in December of 17, Maureen Walker was instrumental in putting the budget together for 18. 5.5 million of fund balance was used. We didn't even have a 2016 audited statement, which if it happened, there would be the true fund balance, audited fund balance. So we can figure out what the fund balance is. Be nice if the controller told us, but in the overview here, used the formula and came up with 4.8 million. Fine. Okay, follow me on this. This is the latest proposed budget summary. And I told you 3.86%. Because assessments are down by $1.5 million, 148 to 146.5, that's 1.11 of the 386, okay? Because if you raise the same amount of money, the rest of us have to pay more, 1.11%. I get 1.07, but 4 basis points, it's close enough. The other 2.75, 1.11 is 3.86. The other 2.75 is for additional tax levy monies from 60.8 to 62.5 million. So I'm proposing that we stay with the tax cap of 1.23. I've given up on a 0% tax levy. And it's too much of a deal to cut funds, so the 1.11 for the lower assessments, that stays it. So I'm coming to 2.34% rather than 3.86%. How do we get there? We have to do a combination of 1.52% of additional revenues or lower expenses. What's that number come out to? It comes out to 927,000. So how do we get there? Well, I'm going to mention the sharing arrangement. 1.5% of the 60 million comes to 927,000. If people making up to 80,000 took a 1% cut, 80 to 120, 1.5, 120 to 152, or some combination of those numbers, we could get to 927,000. The easiest thing is 1.5% on all the salaries. That's 927,000. But you don't want to cut people that are making up to 80 as much as people making 150, obviously. So how do we, that's one way to get there. Another way to get there is to get more money from the water department. We've had an increase in water bills. It's been reduced to $850. Back when Richard Thomas was mayor, we're talking about $2 to $3 million of monies coming from the water department to the city, to the city's operating fund. I think we can do better there. Also, it was nice there was an increase in state funds. Initially, it was going to be a 20% cut, 7.1 to 5.7, but we found 700,000, 6.4. And from what some of these people are saying, with the new Democrat administration and majorities in Congress, we should be whole. We should be at 7.1 million or more sometime this year. Now, going back to the percentage pay cuts, if some of the unions don't want this, then the alternative is layoffs, furloughs. But step increases, you can ask them to say, like in the school board, what they'll do with the teachers is, say it's a 1% increase. From September to February, you get 0.5%. And then February to June, you get the other 0.5%. That's another idea. Yes.
If you could, I thank you for all your diligent work, but if you could do it along other fields.
Okay. Another possibility is fine-tune the fund balance and increase it by 927,000, so it's about 5.6 or 5.7 million rather than 4.8. I'm throwing out all these all or nothings, but it's obviously a combination. The mayor mentioned 450,000 ahead on sales taxes from last year. Well, why don't we increase the projection for this year for a higher amount? Because we're going to go back to normality this year. when people get the vaccines and so forth. There's another 600,000 in salaries from the January 20th budget for laws and layoffs to this one. 350 of the comes out of the increase in DPW. There's various amounts for other departments. 75,000 for an inspector general. We knocked that out. If we work on this, if you guys work on this, we can get the rate down at 2.34% from 3.86% and give the taxpayer back. This is a sharing arrangement. We all have to share. Taxpayers are already sharing for any increase. It's time for the employees of City of Mount Vernon to share. Thank you.
Anybody else who wants to speak against the budget? Please come to the mic, please. Is there anybody else who wants to speak against the budget? If you intend on coming up, please begin to do so.
One other thing, Mayor, mention in here, Mr.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak against after Mr. Gallagher or you just show raise your hands? Is there anybody else who wants to speak against? Mr. Gallagher, you
Yes, good evening, City Council. And thank you for welcoming me to the annual Dog and Pony Show budget. I was at the board of John Gallagher, resides in 165 East Livonia. I was at the annual budget hearing for the Board of Estimate, and I spoke to the mayor at the time, and sorry she left for a second, but she sat there and shook her head no, that wasn't true, but it was true. And I'll tell you exactly what I'm talking about, because I don't lie. And I'm not saying she does, but I'm saying she probably lost her memory on that. 3.86% is highly inflationary. The consumer price index and the increased people's Social Security, which is based on a national survey, whatever, is at 1.3%. January was pumped up a little because of everybody knows the price of gasoline has gone up, so it moved up the inflation rate overall of all the businesses and forest and whatnot. But 3.86% tax levy increase for property owners in Mount Vernon is not fair. This hurts. And we all should be sharing, Mr. Keller just touched upon it, we all should be sharing a burden of this, not just the taxpayers. 3.86 I can afford, I'm retired. But a lot of people can't afford 3.86 months. Fixed income, senior citizens, and a lot of them happen to live on the south side of Mount Vernon. And they have homes. That's their one asset, homes. They expect the services that they're getting. They don't expect cuts in services and whatnot. I have got up here, spoken a couple of times, and I am not for any layoffs in the police and the fire department, nor in DPW right now. But I do know there are some instances, and I will address it because the commissioner was sitting right there, still sitting right there, that I saw in DPW that my neighbors will attest to, okay? During this pandemic as it's going on. For example, 4 haulers in the back of a garbage truck coming up and down Livonia Avenue in Hunts Woods during the COVID-19 with the driver. That's ridiculous. When I look at the potholes that are now, by the way, driving around Mount Vernon, watch them all start popping up now. They're happening all over. They should have been doing that. You have one man, according to the commission, DPW, filling potholes. Well, there should have been more filling potholes. Not 4 guys in the back of the truck hauling garbage into a truck. That's ridiculous. And I've got more instances of each in every department. Now, I'm not going to go through this line by line because I'll be here all night. And by the way, Mr. Griffith, when the commissioners come up here and talk, they get a hell of a lot more time. That lady who was just sitting here and Mr. Keller, okay? Please don't cut them off because these are people that pay taxes and they want to know. Yeah, do some of your commissioners pay taxes? But it's a regular dog and pony show here. When you got commissioners that this meeting started at 7:15 and we listened to them till at least 9:30, 20 to 10. They all have self-interest. Someone got up and said, I wasn't told to come here, whatever. Well, you know what? You believe what you want to believe, but they're being paid by the city. And that's very important. They may be taxpayers too, but they're being paid by the city. This budget hurts senior citizens and taxpayers, okay? It hurts them. And I think we can do a lot better. One of the comments was made is that Mayor made a comment that we can cut positions that are vacant. Well, that's what's called fat in the budget, in case you don't know, and I've done budgets for, I've been at these meetings for not every single year, but close to 40 years, people that know me here. And I've talked about it, and I represent my homeowners group, Concerned Property Owners, okay? And we didn't do a roll call to get to fill these halls of people because of COVID-19. But just remember, these are people that vote, and they're gonna get messages from me if we don't see an improvement on what we see here as a property tax increase of 3.86%. Most of you are running for office. Some may not be running for city council again. Some may be running for county legislator. Some may be just sitting this one out, but they're gonna know how you people voted. Mr. Griffith, I don't know what you're running for. I hear rumors that it's a controller. Interesting. Janice Duarte, you're running for re-election, and I hope you don't abstain on this vote, the budget. I want people to know how you stand on this budget. 3.86 senior citizens. Ms. Parkinson, who was listening to this virtually, I just hope you've come a long way since the 20% property tax increase you support when you're on the school board. We had a discussion about that, okay? So let's think about what we're gonna do for the people of Mount Vernon and how we're gonna help them. If you'd like, I've seen some things here. The law department, Mr. Johnson's here. We had a conversation after the Board of Estimate meeting. There are too many frivolous lawsuits that are going on in the city, with city officials suing city officials, former mayors suing other people, people that are looking now to sue the city because they didn't get a payment when they left their office for a no-show job. I mean, it is totally ridiculous what's going on in the city. This has become a city of corruption and fraud. And that's why we have huge lawsuits. Our lawyers should be able to handle all the issues that are taking place in the city. We shouldn't be going to outside counsel, but look at all the nonsense that's going on here. And some of you have been involved in it. Some of you have been involved in taking the control of the court. She's been taking you to court, the mayor and the council. When is this nonsense gonna stop? Because the people of Mount Vernon are paying for this. And we can't afford this frivolous nonsense anymore. Run a city under a budget. And as for the comments about, let me say something. The budget of the city of Mount Vernon is not the controller, is not the city council. It's the mayor who puts it together with aid from our commissioners and advice from the finance committee of the city council. If none of you understand that, then you don't understand budgeting, okay? The controller pays the bills, okay? Now, as to whether or not this problem, hold on a second, as to whether or not the bills are being paid, it should be analyzed. Bring the federal government down here, or the state government, the attorney general, have them look at it, okay? Now, well, she needs attorneys from the city, okay? And she should have a separate attorney, by the way. Now, let's talk about a former council person. A former council person that, I am sticking to the budget for the former council person. The budget gets a surplus of money from the water department. Where the hell's the water department excess been for the last couple of years? We know where some of it went to. Where is the rest of it? Has anybody done an investigation as to where that money went? That, in my estimation, looking at the bills and the unlawful bills that we were hit with 6 quarters ago, where the water bills were increased by 36% illegally, where did all that money go? Besides to his attorney, corporation counsel, former boss of this gentleman sitting next to me here. Where did all this money go? I want to know, where did it all go? This is taxpayers' money that goes to the surplus of the budget that should reduce the budget. We have people that were in the IDA that had no-show jobs. Of course, there should be audits done in it. There was corruption galore in the IDA. There was corruption galore in the Urban Renewal Agency. Oh, by the way, take a look at all the wonderful development we got in Mount Vernon. Just look at it. Yeah, keep bringing in, and I've mentioned this to you over and over again, keep bringing in more high-rise buildings, whether they're market rate or low income, and you're gonna have a huge density problem here in Mount Vernon, which you already have. And that's a tale, not of this administration, not of this council, but going back 10, 20, 30 years ago. Where's the industry in the city? Where's the commerce and whatnot? Where people come in, they hire people from Mount Vernon, they get jobs. They don't send kids to the school system. They don't have wear and tear on our resources here. And as a matter of fact, I listened to the fireman here, one of the gentlemen here, 2 weeks ago during the Board of Estimate. He was right. He said there's about 100,000 people in Mount Vernon residents, and he's probably right. It's not 68,000. So how much more are you gonna stretch our fire department, our police department for services, ambulances? The mayor talked about 2 ambulances, all of, or our staff talked about 2 ambulances in all of Mount Vernon. We can't be doing that. We can't let developers keep coming into this city, stealing from us, making tens and hundreds of millions of dollars. You got an East Third Street corridor that you people are probably still sitting on. You haven't voted yet because I think you had to wait 2 weeks because you didn't close the books on public opinion. Do not build it with housing, okay? Build it with more commerce, industry, and whatnot, so that we have resources. If you people can't think ahead, our city planners, and by the way, the city planning left, we don't need more housing in Mount Vernon. We need to give the people who live in Mount Vernon better housing, because the people that live in Mount Vernon have come to me and said, you know what, Mr. Gallagher, I tried to get an apartment in this new building. They told me I couldn't. You know where they're coming from? They're coming from Atlantic City. They're coming from Newark. They're coming from Jersey City. They're coming from Yonkers and the Bronx. They're not Mount Vernon residents that need better housing. So wake up and realize, stop the nonsense that's going on here. It's costing all of us taxpayers a hell of a lot of money, and we're not getting the services, and it's gonna be worse. And last but not least, I'm gonna say this. You've been told by me and some of my former friends that have come up here, intelligent people with engineering degrees, our sewer system is on the verge of collapsing. Keep building these high-rise buildings. People that live on the south side of Mount Vernon, there's a couple of women that come here, and I heard them for the last 2 or 3 weeks, they're right. But it's gonna happen more often. Because if you let these developments keep going, our wear and tear on our sewer systems, which are 100 years old, it's gonna be more stress and strain. More people are gonna have garbage in the back of the house, in the bottom basements of the houses and whatnot. You know, when I first moved here, this was called the City of Homes. It was called, hold on a second, some of these commissioners got up here and spoke for 20 minutes. This was called about their jobs. This was called the City of Homes. Then it became the city that believes. Then it became the city on the move. And last but not least, you know what we're gonna be called? The city of broken sewers and poops. Thank you.
Alright, is there anybody else who wants to speak against the budget? Does anybody have anything else to say about the budget? Is there any other comments? Anybody, Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher? Thank you. Is there anybody else who wants to speak about the budget at all? Is anybody who wants to speak about the budget? Final call, is there anybody else who wants to speak about the budget? Okay, so the budget hearing is over. Thank you very much. I've given everybody generous time to speak. The mayor and her commissioners took over 2 hours. I know that. It was very long-winded, I believe. We got the point. It's good to hear from Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Keller. There are comments about the other side and not passing a budget. We get that, and thank you. At this point, the budget hearing is closed. We're going to go, Councilwoman.
You want to explain what the council, whether make it lower, explain our part of the process, so
yes.
people don't understand.
So, the council's role at this stage of the budget is that we can only lower the expenditures in the budget, but we cannot lower salaries at this stage, right? So we went through a process, if you were here before, the Board of Estimate went through their process, and the Board of Estimate had its hearing. The Board of Estimate voted to move this budget forward. The council can only lower expenditures that are not salaries at this stage. So, excuse me, you had your chance to speak. I'm just basically explaining to people who may not have been in this process before, because we've been in this process many years. Right? So the budget is 90% salaries. So if you really think that this council can move to reduce the budget with just the 10% of services, it's very difficult at this stage for us to do. But we are still required to have our hearing, and then we have a required time where we can deliberate and discuss, and then figure out what we're going to do. We also have a tax cap that we have to look into overriding, which has been pushed down from the state. That's something that we are deliberating about how we're going to handle as well. So we know We've had low budgets in the last 3 years, they were under 2%. This budget is creeping up. And just like the mayor said, there's a lot of things in there that the council is grappling with. And we're going to continue to do that. But we can't do it all in 1 year. And that's where we are. So at this time, if there's no other questions, we still have our public speaking session that we have to go into this evening. And then we still have our referral session. And then the council still has the actual legislation that we need to pass tonight as well. So if you were simply here for budget and you want to make your way out of the chambers, we're going to ask you to do that right now as quickly and as quietly as you possibly can. Because quite honestly, the council probably has another hour and a half that we have work that we need to do. So the council's going to take a stretch.
What time? How much is that, 5 minutes? 5 minutes? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 8 minutes?
Yeah.
What?
All right, so we thank everybody for being so patient. I was quite generous in people's time, speaking about the budget. Like I said, the narrative, almost 2.5 hours of commissioners spending budgeted. That's fine. That's fine. All right, we're gonna go right into our speakers list. This is
I'm gonna be very brief. I promise.
Are we live, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to tell us what you do.
Yeah, y'all know who I am. That's for sure. 20 years, I think I'm the biggest sewer problem in Mount Vernon for 20 years. However, today's a good day. Linda McNeil, 228 Brookside Ave. This most recent event of my sewer problem is the last 4.5 months. 3.5 years ago, my family and I were in a hotel for 3 months. But today, thanks to that man over there, Mr. Jumani Bush, and his team, they managed to clear my sewer line, finally. Yes. We take things for granted in life, but there's nothing better than the joy of flushing a toilet. I'm telling you straight up. I have to say the names Ramon Bennett, Bobby Lewis, Greg Davis, George Vicente, Anthony Murphy, Alex Montero, and Kenny Butler. They opened my sewer line, they flushed it, they cleaned my floor, they cleaned my bathroom, they flushed they snaked my sewer, my toilet, and I have been emptying 16 gallons of waste every day for the last 4.5 months. And that's just this episode. Okay, and I'm 68. Okay, so I just came here tonight to thank this man for putting up with my crying, my screaming, my yelling, and the guy, especially Bobby. He would call me every couple of days to ask how I'm doing. I would cry, I would scream, I would yell, and he took it all. Okay? Dumani calling my daughter on a regular basis, the mayor keeping us in communication, and last but not least, my daughter, who has taken on this role for me because emotionally I'm not strong enough to do this. She has made 4. We want TV this week on Channel 2. She has done all of that. She's been in contact with the commissioner, with the mayor, and I thank her. She's also put me up in her home, which she moved into a month after we returned to our house 3 years ago. So I've been living with my daughter for the last, even though I have family members upstairs in my house who've been washing in a bucket for the last 4.5 months. So I just wanted to come and say, these guys deserve their money, they deserve a raise, and whatever else they need to do their job. They have been coming every day to pump my sewers, and every weekends, nights, I have seen them out there. They need to get paid. I won't call her name, but we all know who she is. Oh, we know the sewer line's not to be fixed completely. We know we still have to fix everything, the linings and all that. But it's a start, and these guys are working every single day, 7 days a week. I see them. Every day in Third, on Sanford, on you name it, all over, okay? So it's still gonna take time, and I know that, and the money has to come through, okay? And another year of this woman is gonna kill this city. It's really gonna kill this city. So we have to keep pushing our governor, hopefully with the COVID getting better, hopefully he'll have time for Little Mount Vernon to come after this woman to do her job. Like, good enough? Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Have a good evening. Before you could be seated, but I'm gonna ask the chair of that committee to respond to you now. I know you're gonna go, and I know you're going to hungry.
Yes. She said everything.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Nick Neal, Lambert, thank you for coming tonight and acknowledging the great work that you're doing. I know that it's been a tremendous stress and trial that you have suffered through. But the DPW commissioner, going back, the lead Commissioner Nigro, when you first went to the hotel, have been on top of trying to problem solve the issue, and it's multi-layered, right? It's not just one problem. It's been a big issue that has been impacting your home for all of these years. So kudos to the department, to the commissioner, to all the workers that you named, who have been diligently following up, and I'm glad that they have taken good care to check in on you, and that we're seeing progress on finally seeing the sewer situation cleared up. There is additional work I understand that has to be done. It's being tackled from different angles so that we can finally solve the problem immediately for you, and then will no longer be an issue. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. I can say I've got an education. I've got such an education from Dumani explaining things to me and how the system works. And it helps to understand what they're dealing with in order to help me, which I have to get thanked. I could not have understood to this level if it hadn't been broken down for me in detail like Dumani regards.
Great, I'm glad. I'm very glad.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, and listen, on behalf of the city council, I was appalled to see you a couple weeks ago. I thought you were just here visiting, and when I heard you were still having problems, so I'm very pleased with you. So we like to say the money goes to the whole DPW team, doing all the work that they do, and quite frankly, to talk about the guys in the back of the garbage truck, making us think, trying to make us think that the guys that do the garbage work are also the patch guys, but also the tree guys. One guy is not, everybody has a specialty in DPW, so this is the thing where we get somebody to do everything. That's a specialized service, and clearly, in this case, our sewer crew really knows what they're doing, and they know the problems that we're going to have, whether you new buildings or not. The problems are coming with the sewer system, and we really absorb the brunt of it. So I'm proud to know that DPW got on right away, helped you out, and it's good to hear that you're acknowledging that it's not completely resolved, but we should fair and working with us to say, hey, we do all we can in the meantime. So that's what I'm learning this about. So thank you, Mr. McNeil. Thank you, Mr. Senator, for coming. I'm sorry it took so long. This evening's up. You got to do what you got to do. Thank you. And Ryan, at this time, I'm going to ask for everybody else to be called to come forward and go and come forward, please. You have your own speakers. Please.
You did? You got enough.
I'll get to you. Mr. World, do you want to speak again?
Yes.
Okay.
Greetings again, council, community, council president. I'd like to speak, actually, I have some notes just so I don't forget. My name is Jeff Monroe. I'd like to address 3 points of issue that I've been here before talking about, but at this point it's become more urgent for different reasons. So I'll start with the fact that I'm aware that at least 4 people have been interviewed for the Cable Television Advisory Committee I being one, as recently as December, and I'm wondering why they have not been impaneled, or if there's any word that we can get in terms of the impaneling of the Cable Advisory Committee. I understand there was, in fact, Chief of Staff Morton was very gracious enough to remind me this evening that there is not just that need, but also, I guess, the executive branch will be working on their own appointees. I was actually, quite frankly, also graciously approached by the mayor this evening unexpectedly, and that was also unexpected and good news, because it's the first official interaction I've had from the executive branch in the 5 years we've been talking about this. So I'm hopeful. Nevertheless, until some official steps take place, this is really for the record, and quite frankly, as urgent, because we need some kind of official record public statement made to this effect. Also regarding the cable, well, actually, it's only somewhat related, because I recall on 27 May in 2020, a resolution was made to allocate $20,000 to the city's planning board consultant account. I understand from corporate counsel Johnson at the time that this was an allocation made for consultants. I believe they were named the Cityscape, that actually were supposed to be giving the city advisement on contracts to be ratified for whatever telecom provisions they required. I don't know what the language is in these contracts, what the purpose was, and that's frankly one of my questions as well. I don't know that we have any real right to see the language of the contracts. That's not the point. The point is the public doesn't know about these contracts, don't know what obligations our Verizon or Spectrum telecoms have to the community, and they're never talked about. And it's been at least 7 months. So to that extent, in fact, one of the reasons that matters is because one of the stated reason for the allocation was so that the city's FCC accountable wireless ordinances needed to be updated. Now, updated is a nice word, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's good for the community. The FCC, at least up till recently, has been chaired, and ever since the 90s has been quite amenable to the needs of corporate telecoms at the expense of the consumer. The 1996 or 94, I believe it was, broad omnibus communications bill basically allowed communications companies to consolidate at the expense of consumers across the country. And to this day, we have terrible customer service, terrible, some of the worst global broadband service in the world, in the United States. And of course, some of the worst consumer, related ratios to cost. So that's an issue that I think could be actually ameliorated with community-owned or officially called municipally owned broadband. Something that I've also been talking about with no response from any mayor or the council for the last 5 years. It's more urgent nowadays because there's a lot of language being put out there about digital divides and racism in communication and education, the unreasonable rates for consumer services and telecom, and all that could be, I think, well addressed if we at least talked about why we don't have municipally owned broadband. So there's that. My last issue is the issue of our police reform in Mount Vernon. I realize Councilman Thompson is now the public safety chair oversight, and I don't know if he'll have any report, because I know we've been working on since September a police reform committee, and at least I understand 50 different appointees that have come up with something like a 36-question survey that I took myself, and as recently as December, but I don't know what that means. I don't know how it's gonna actually mean anything meaningful, considering that even Westchester County revealed yesterday the results of their own police reform, which is a 179-page document that actually resulted from community input. We've had no input, just these surveys. I think it's important to note, because Your $1 trillion military went into a 60-day stand down as of last Thursday, February 4th. If you don't know what a stand down is, I won't go into it now. But the fact that a global 800+ base, 1.5 million+ personnel military is going to go into stand down, which means an operational shift in priorities over what they note as extremism, racism, and sexism, means that something simpler could be targeted by Mount Vernon's police department, and nothing commensurate has happened on that scale. So I'd like to see more prioritization on Mount Vernon's police reform by our police department, something that if your United States military can do it, your police department can do it too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allen, I see left, there's a name now. Not here. Oh, is she? Oh, okay. Before we spell it, Mr. Keller is here. So, Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller, it says here to speak about the budget. Do you have some other issues that you want to do? You want to add to? I don't know if it's worth it to say the same thing.
Well, whatever happened with the gas powered leaf blower ordinance, is that legislation passed?
Don't go into the mic, sir.
I mean, it's not an issue for a couple of months, but,
It was passed, sir.
it was passed?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to get a copy of it sometime.
Sure.
Okay.
Just name and address for the record.
Thomas Keller, 12 Pasadena Place. In the break, Mr. Griffith told me that you can't cut salaries. They're 90% of the budget. But salaries are 50% of the budget, 60 over 120 million. But we talked a little more, and it included health benefits and retirement. Health is 22.5, say, retirement 12.6, and that's 35, 60 and 35 is 95. So if we can't really cut expenditures, or you call them appropriations, why don't we look on the revenue side then to reduce the tax rate to 2.34%? The cap plus the 111 from lower assessments. It was mentioned that we're way ahead, 450,000 ahead in sales tax revenue. We're doing better than the county and other places. But it seems like sales tax was increased from last year, 22,125 to 22,200,000. That's 75,000, right? Why don't we increase it to 450? So it comes up to 22.5 or whatever the number is. 450 over 22,125. That's part of the way towards the 927,000. And maybe we can take a few $100,000 more from the water department instead of 850. And if we're going to get all this money from the federal government and be held whole, maybe we will get 7.1 million from the state instead of 6.4 million. And by the way, the 2 million that I mentioned to the mayor, I talked to Mr. Morton. He can't find it. It's only sales tax revenue. It's 700,000 less, not 2 million less. So we can get to 927,000 through 3 of these revenue sources: water, sales tax, increased money from the state. You can add revenues, right? So why don't we do it? Now, I would rather cut expenditures, because next year, we're gonna be looking at a budget of 123 million. And that's the base, that's the standard. Everything goes from there, because you never cut the budget. You never cut it. But if you can't cut salaries, health benefits, and retirement at this point, let's look on the revenue side. I've given you some ideas. See what you can do with that. Get it down to 2.34, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. Thank you for doing the math and crunching numbers a little bit. I want you to think that your work was a little bit. We appreciate that. I know that during the last meeting, the mayor actually went back to some of your concepts and reviewed them as well. So one thing that we just did here, and thank you for the job as well. Mrs. Feldman, I did not know that you were on floor, so the clerk did this on me now. So we're gonna have you now. That's the first. I was just cleaning the mic things back now. So thank you for being so patient. We're gonna have you on as soon as we can.
Okay.
Yes, so you can.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? How's my sound?
You're good, Bert.
Okay, I have trouble hearing you, but anyway, if you can hear me, that's all right. Good evening. My name is Evelyn Feldman, 12 East Cedar Street. I feel like we've come full circle. 10 years ago, I stood before the planning board with a 1-year-old and a 2 or 3 week old in tow. Having just settled in Mount Vernon, bags barely unpacked, I tried desperately but unsuccessfully to reverse a decision made to rezone the next door property so that 25 beautiful established healthy trees could be clear cut to be replaced by a parking lot. Following this disclosure at the community forum, a group of Mount Vernon residents came together to form Citizen Tree to revise and amend the existing outdated tree ordinance, which didn't meet the current needs of the city. After a period of years engaging and collaborating with 4 different City Hall administrations, we finally achieved our goal. On December 23rd, 2020, this city council passed 5-0 a comprehensive, user-friendly, enforceable overhauling of the tree code. Immediately after, we urged the city to resubmit to the Arbor Day Foundation for a Tree City USA designation lost to Mount Vernon since 2009. This designation will now lead to grants and resource opportunities. Also, along the way, we formed partnerships with environment groups, which are now bearing fruit in the form of a grant to the Federated Conservationists of Westchester County to work with our city to implement this ordinance and begin important community education and programs. You can look forward now to celebrating our first formal community tree planting event on April 30. We thank those of you here who have extended yourselves so that we could demonstrate how citizens, along with the city administration, can contribute to Mount Vernon's quality of life. We are now ready to assist upon your direction with the formation of the Mount Vernon Tree Advisory Board, an integral and essential part of the tree ordinance. And we are looking forward to see the additional budget line for the Mount Vernon Tree Fund escrow account, which is also required, a repository for grants and incoming new contract revenue streams directed to planting of trees. In this time, where too much focus is on development, it is encouraging to know that we have begun to turn our attentions to an enlightened investment on the green side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. At this time, we're asking Daniel Terry to come up and speak.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Well, first of all, thank you for Daniel Terry, 432 South Ninth Avenue. Okay, so I'm coming before this body to basically present a letter for recognition for a fellow resident of Mount Vernon. So I'll just read that into the record. Dear honorable members of the Mount Vernon City Council, I'm submitting this letter in advocacy for a Mount Vernon resident to be recognized by this honorable body for an incredible act of selfless humanity. On February 7th, 2021, Victoria Ryer, a lovely mother of two, came across a member of our homeless population sitting on a park bench covered in snow and freezing cold temperatures. Rather than continue about her day, Victoria knew she had to act. She immediately turned to Facebook and rallied her friends and family to donate what they could to assist in sheltering the gentleman who later identified himself as Daryl. Unbeknownst to Victoria, a post would touch the hearts of hundreds of Mount Vernon residents. Within 3 hours, Victoria was able to raise over $800, enough to house the man in a hotel for a week, actually 2 weeks now, and supply him with much needed food and other essentials. Victoria's humble act of kindness may have saved this man's life. Even in the midst of a pandemic, while she herself has experienced hardships of her own, she understood that she was no better than him and chose to help her neighbor. The actions Victoria took on that cold Sunday afternoon speaks volumes of her humanity, but is in no way out of her character. Just recently, Victoria was selected by the Mount Vernon Youth Bureau to sit on the Program Advisory Board as their first parent representative. Victoria was recommended by the program coordinator as a parent who always shows up and is always involved. This sentiment is shared by most people that know Victoria. She always shows up not only for her family but her community as well. It gives me great pride to present this letter and humbly request that this honorable body do as Victoria did and pay it forward. Thank you.
And last but not least, I don't know how should I just call everybody's name individually?
No, yeah, individually.
Yes.
I'll start it off, yeah.
Okay, Brian Johnson.
I'm not gonna take minutes this time, I know it's late. Yeah, thank you. My name is Brian Johnson. For those people who don't know me in the audience, I'm the corporation counsel. I work for the city of Mount Vernon for 18 years. I am deeply honored to serve under this administration as a corporation counsel. As I said earlier tonight, I took this job with great hesitation because I knew how difficult it would be. My first task was to restore the reputation of the law department, and I think I've done that. I just want to address some of the chatter that I hear out in the audience, so I asked my staff to come up and present themselves and give a little bit about what it is that they did. First off, I hear a lot of people who have no law license at all indicating that my staff should somehow take on labor matters. So a little background. Currently, when I took over this law department, we were $2.4 million on the books and legal fees, which obviously is absurd and ridiculous and not reflective of $100,000, right? So what I did was for most of the year, it was prior to the pandemic, it was me and Johan Powell in the law department. We have a historic amount of legal work currently in the law department, more than ever in the 18 years. That has now been compounded by the fact that lawyers who have not been paid are now quitting and giving back work. Most notably is the Labor Council, who has represented the city for over 40 years, who have also indicated to me that they have a historic amount of work that they've ever had, ever. And they are now quitting because they're saying that the city owes them over $600,000. That creates a huge problem for the law department because they're throwing all the cases back on my lap. It should be noticed that this is a full-service labor firm that had 3 full-time attorneys experienced in labor handling these cases, now throwing them in the lap of the law department. Each attorney that I asked to come here tonight will speak to you and let you know how fully engaged they are in the matters that they work on. But just to quell any of the chatter, even if they did have labor experience, we don't have the capacity to handle it. It is creating real ethical problems for attorneys, right? For me particularly, lawyers are supposed to have competency in the subject matters in which they're representing clients. I'm being put in a position where I'm given cases that I don't have a competency in,
And I don't think you can find any other corporation counsel in the state of New York that can actively do cases. My job is to manage. With that, I'll let the other attorneys introduce themselves and tell you the kinds of work that they're currently doing for the law department.
Anthony Alba.
Good evening, City Council President. My name is Anthony Alba. I'm with the Law Department, City Hall. Madam Mayor, Patterson Howard, Corporation Counsel Brian Johnson, Commissioners, City Council members, City of Mount Vernon. My name is Anthony Alba. I am an attorney. I work as an assistant corporation counsel in the Law Department of the City of Mount Vernon. I joined the Law Department in September of last year. I have been hired to perform primarily the duties of a code enforcement attorney and represent the city in housing, building code violation matters, and other related duties. Some of my main tasks require appearing in court, drafting of legal documents, and conducting investigation, both fact gathering and legal research. My main responsibilities include representing the city in violations of housing and building code, local and state laws, and violations of city ordinances, including but not limited to the code of the City of Mount Vernon, the building code of the City of Mount Vernon, the New York State Uniform Fire Prevention and Building Code, known as the Uniform Code, and other related publications which have been incorporated by reference and are known collectively as the New York State Code Books. These include the Building Code of New York State and the Property Maintenance Code of New York State, just to mention a few. I am regularly involved in court appearances on behalf of the City of Mount Vernon and work on settlement of cases, trials, and other related duties under the supervision of Corporation Counsel. My work comprises legal research on all ongoing and prospective matters, the preparation of legal memos, PowerPoint presentations, reports, and the maintenance of a database with updated information on all existing building code cases that are being litigated in the city court and have been referred to the law department. Other daily tasks include follow-up work with court, opposing attorneys, Department of Buildings, Department of Planning and Community Development, and other departments within the city and outside entities as appropriate. This includes communication by phone, email, fax, and other written correspondence. Additional work includes attending to webinars, trainings, and meetings regarding building, housing enforcement issues regarding the City of Mount Vernon. I just want to say that I am honored by the opportunity to serve and work in this great city, and I look forward to bringing my best efforts every day to work and to serve the City of Mount Vernon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alba. Joanne Fallon.
Thank you. Proper protocol already being established. I'd just like to say, good evening, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of explain a little bit of what I do. I am the second assistant corporation counsel, and I do a variety of things. As Corporation Counsel Johnson said, there was a time it was just he and I in the office, and to be more accurate with that, that was about a good 6-month period, from February through July in the job, where we just did everything for the city. It was an impossible task. COVID was almost a blessing because it stopped some of the work at court and the requirements of going to court. But the city work didn't end. It continued. There's so much we do in the city. So one of the things I do now is litigation. And in litigation, I represent the city in a variety of matters. In city court, where we have PCOs, violations of city ordinances. We have civil cases when people sue in the city, or even small claim cases in city court. In state court, representing the city in various
lawsuits regarding trip and falls, defects in the city, motor vehicle accidents, which we seem to have a great deal of in the city, and here in recent times, breach of contract cases, as we're now starting to become inundated with contract cases. And now that forces us to do additional work. Come along with a contract case, you either violated the contract or you didn't. We have the unique situation because what I'm experiencing is the client, the city, and the contractor have agreed, the work is done, and the only issue is payment. And then for some reason, there's no payment. So now I'm faced with a scenario trying to negotiate in court. I negotiate settlements. I'm pretty good at getting settlements, and they're not paying the full amount. But then I'm getting hit with they're not being paid. And now I'm being told that we're not going to settle. We're going to go to court. We're going to get interest and penalties and the like. And it also forces me now to try to work magic to solve cases. I mentioned the Corporation Counsel that there's some cases we just don't have a defense. And as lawyers, we have an ethical obligation to do right by the court too, right? So we can't just create a defense when we know it's not true. I think we see these things on TV all the time, so most people think lawyers just simply lie, but that's not true. If you're a criminal defense attorney and your client tells you that, which is why the criminal defense attorneys never ask, did you do it? If your client says, I did it, you cannot now allow him to get on the stand and say, I didn't. Now you're suborning perjury. So that means we have to come up with legitimate arguments. And when I have these breach of contract cases where the client is agreed, it just forces me to do a great deal of work in terms of trying to settle or trying to do a motion. I find myself doing multiple motions. I got 10 motions coming up. And to give you an example of what a motion is, what it's like. You remember when you were in college and that professor had that one class and at the end of the year you had to do this paper? And it was a monster paper. That's a motion. We're doing research through every angle of the law. I gotta know our points, I gotta know their points, and then hope we put it before the court and we win. If we win, we get out of the case. If we lose, we're gonna go through trial in that particular case. So it's a difficult time. I find myself, for instance, if I go back from last Tuesday through today, including tomorrow, I'm doing 58 hearings, depositions, I'm doing trial, motions, and compliance conferences with the court, and preliminary conferences with the court. I have a full slate in terms of what I'm doing and how busy I am. The caseload from a civil standpoint, from a litigation standpoint, has increased tremendously. And I would say roughly 50, 60% from what it was. It's just a little jump, and it's a lot of work. In addition to that, I do what I have the expertise in, and that's contracts. And truth be told, even though I think we took it very lightly, contracts for a long time, I could spend all my time just simply doing contracts. We have that many contracts, as you can imagine, as a city, we're always entering into agreements. And it becomes a monster job because, to be quite honest, I think we were very lax in how we did contracts. As I reviewed the contracts, I was appalled at how bad these contracts were that we were entering in terms of its draft. And I always tell people, a problem is not a problem until it's a problem. So we didn't have a problem with these contracts, it just hasn't come up. But now, for instance, I have a contract case coming up, and the contract is horrible. And it is a contract that says we're gonna pay legal fees, the contract says that we agree to arbitration or things that we shouldn't agree to, and now we have to deal with that. So the contract work is plentiful. In addition to that, we have administrative hearings. So we can find ourselves going through each administrative agency has a hearing. We recently with a hearing with DPW with the County of Westchester. So it's a daunting task. I love what I do, and I do honestly what I do because I live in this city, and I'm here to help this city because I've been here for years. Because a lawyer teased me today. He said, "Oh, so you make a great deal of money." I said, "Oh, you know better than that. I'm not doing this for money because I would do something else." And to be quite honest, my background has set me up to do something else and make more money. But this is my talent, and I want to get it right. And I'm frustrated sometimes by the fact that either through politics or just simple nonsense, I can't do my job as an attorney. And we should note this, that I was in court on tax search hearing, and one of the attorneys accused me and the city of fraud, which is pretty serious. And he said it on the record. And to be quite honest, I corrected him on that
personal level and from the perspective of the city. But his position was that we're negotiating settlements that we know we can't pay. So it puts us in a bad position. I say all that to say, it's a pretty tough job. I'm very busy, and I'm here to do my job as long as you guys allow.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shanitra Lockett. I work down in the law department. I'm assistant corporation counsel. I specialize in land use and zoning matters, so that means that I provide legal counsel to the planning department, but our planning board, our zoning board of appeals, as well as our architectural review board. So what that entails, especially during COVID, construction is considered an essential business. It's halted for about 45 days starting at March 19th, so it's been up and running. So we still have a lot of contractors doing development in the city. So it involves having to draft resolutions, findings of fact, and certificates of appropriateness for each of the boards, as well as doing legal research and looking into any issues that might come up, and advising the boards on our zoning code, as well as any general municipal code that might come up that pertains to maybe a business that wants to go up in the area, or some other entity that wants to go up in a location that might present some kind of zoning issue. So in addition to advising the boards just generally, it also means, of course, going to meetings in the evenings like you all do and have so often. It's going to meetings for all three of those boards, as well as their work sessions, and making sure that they have everything that they need for those. And being available to provide any support that they need in looking at plans or looking at proposals or anything that's going on in the city of Mount Vernon. And I know that the Corporation Council talked a little bit about, our duty and competency, and I know that each of us are basically talking about what we do, but I was explaining this issue to my mom about the issue of, what it would be like to have lawyers who are not particularly trained in labor law attempt to actually handle it. And she said, well, would it be similar to like me having my gynecologist try to do something in optometry? And I kind of laughed, but I understood what she was saying. They're both doctors, but one is trained in something completely different. And they have a specialized set of skills that they've been trained in. And that's kind of similar, although we're not saving lives or doing anything like that, but it's similar in the sense with law, you have to be trained in specific things. And rules of professional conduct, the rule 1.1 specifically talks about competency and being able to be trained in the area of law that you are trying to target and being able to handle it in a competent manner. And if you can't do that, you're supposed to engage a firm that is, which is what we tend to do with our legal counsel, and having 3 attorneys who are specialized in that area being able to handle it. And I do want to say that, and also considering that our charter in section 147, where we talk about the law department, actually accounts for the Corporation Council having 5 assistant corporation counsels. So in essence, we are still operating lower than what the 1969 version of the charter, because that's the last time that section was updated. At that level in 1969, the level of cases that they had, we were supposed to have 5 assistants and 1 corporation counsel. And as he mentioned, we have an astronomically accelerated amount of cases, especially since that time. So just something for everybody to keep in mind and to consider. But that being said, I'm very grateful to be here and be in Mount Vernon and be able to serve people who look like me, women in positions of power, being able to feel comfortable, even if something as simple as having my own hair out at my job, which is something I'd never got to do at previous legal jobs. And I've worked in another municipality where, that wasn't an option. And not only that, but when the legal work was done in that municipality, a lot of it was form legal work. So Mr. Powell was talking about motions. In that other municipality, a lot of it was clicking forms and clicking buttons in order to create motions. And in Mount Vernon, that is not the case. Everything is developed on the spot. You're developing things original work, coming up with things, which I think is really great. But it is another essence of time-consuming things that we do. So anyway, I just wanted that to be known, and thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to work here. Thank you, Corporation Council. I appreciate it.
And last but not least, our
Good evening, City Council members, my fellow citizens of Mount Vernon. I am Tanisha Walters, and I'm one of the Assistant Corporation Counsel in the Law Department. First, I have to be honest. When I was told I had to do this, I was a little reluctant because, as we say in the legal field, the thing speaks for itself. We don't need to come up here and quell any conversations that's going on about the law department and what we do, because we are all professionals, we do our job well, and we are in specialized areas of the law. I want to talk about, I didn't have the luxury of preparing a speech today because I worked until 6 o'clock this evening when I had to come and work with the City Council. I work with the City Council and the Board of Estimates. I want to talk about my connection to the city. So I came here to live around 12 years ago now. And after living here for a while, I won't name any names, but I met someone that's well connected to the city. And I was introduced to the Library Foundation Board. And there I became the president of the Mount Vernon Library Foundation, where, along with my fellow board members, I raised money to help the library. I worked at a technology distribution firm that donated 27 laptops to the library. So my connection here is deep. I love the city. I went to law school, I went away to law school, I came back and I came to work here. I came to work here because I love Mount Vernon. I see our potential. I know we can do better. So I'm here to help the progress of our city. Everyone in the law department is busy. We're busy all day, every day. Instead of us talking about what we're not doing or we don't have labor relations skills, we should be talking about increasing the law budget to employ more lawyers. We should be talking about increasing the budget so we have the resources we need to work efficiently. Okay, my colleague stood up here and she talked about when she was at another firm, they had forms that they could easily input. And that's how it's done in efficient corporations. Here we are antiquated. We need the funds to be work more efficient so we can produce more and produce accurate. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So normally we do a response, the council have any response they want to make, council to go with it.
I'd like to thank all can you hear me? Well, this is kind of come on here. But anyway, I want to thank all the law department staff for coming. I appreciate it. Learned, more specifically. I had an idea, but now that you have a full, well, almost a full complement, I can appreciate that. Certainly with regards to the budget, I'm sorry, Mr. Carolina, but I see you, Mr. Gallagher, is still here. So at this stage, we cannot increase the budget. Even if we know there'd be additional revenues, we cannot increase the final number. So even if we found 927,000, we have to offset it with 927 in expenditures, because we can only decrease the budget at this point. We can't increase it. So I just wanted to make that point. With regard to Mr. Monroe, I remember an email about the 4 people we interviewed for cable advisory board. We didn't vote on it. We didn't vote on it. But I don't know how it probably got slipped and everything else that happened, but I do recall the 4 names, how we did the interview process. And as you can hear, even from the staff tonight, they're here at 11 o'clock. And like she said, she was with us at 6:15, so every now and then something slips through the crack. I'm sure we'll get to it. With regard to the audit of the franchise agreements, I remember we sent a letter to the controller the first year about doing the audit, because we asked for it. That same, we sent a letter, we tried to follow up with email, but it just fell on deaf ears. So I think to a point, we'll try it again. That's all I'm here for. That's all. I don't want to belabor the point. I appreciate all the speakers who came out for the budget and everyone who came tonight. You know, it shows your interest in the city, and if we work together, not say work together, but really work together, we really can get things done. Thank you, Mr. President.
And I just, Mr. Monroe asked a question, and I just want to give him an answer. We're still.
Oh, the cityscape.
Yeah,
I forgot about it. I didn't know it yet.
We're getting closer. It has been a slow moving process. They're giving us examples of
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Councilwoman Parkinson?
Thank you. Can Corporation Counsel just repeat what he said about Cityscape? I did not hear. Please.
Sure, what I said is that I acknowledge to Mr. Monroe that it has been a slow moving, process. We are working, we had a meeting last week with Cityscape. Some of it is in our court, and we have to review it, but we are making progress. That's what I think.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you all. You know, this has been a really long evening, but a time well spent. The feedback on the budget was, I think, good. It's like Councilwoman Copeland said, we cannot make any changes to increase anything at this time, so our hands are pretty much tied. I would like to acknowledge all the speakers, acknowledge, you know, the effort that went into the participation, appreciate all the effort that goes into making the city run as it is, you know, hearing from all the corporation counsel. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting some of the assistant corporation counsel, so it was actually good to hear from them. It was good to hear that Ms. McNeil's sewer is doing a little better. Mr. Monroe, I'm glad you got a response regarding Cityscape. Regarding the Cable Advisory Board, I did, after we did the interview in December, I did send the letter asking for the legislation to be prepared, but like you said, it probably just fell through the cracks, so hopefully that will get completed. Thank you, Ms. Feldman, for being here, for staying through all of this, and for the work that you have done, which is just really outstanding work that you and your crew have done for the city and for the tree ordinance. And, you know, thank you for sticking through this. You know, your children will, you know, thank you for this one day, I'm sure, you know, for the legacy that you're leaving and the path you're creating for them. Thank you all very much. I just want to say, Mr. Terry talked about the lady who helped the homeless person. That's something great. I think it will be good for us to issue a resolution, and perhaps the mayor will do one as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Parkinson. Councilwoman Duarte?
I just want to say to all the departments that came out and spoke this evening in regards to the budget, I want to thank each of you, every one of them, for all the work they do, particularly DPW and the progress despite all of the challenges and sometimes under resources that the department deals with, but it has quite extraordinarily still managed to accomplish everything that you do. You still keep the city running, you still put the garbage, you still respond to all the sewer emergencies, the storm responses, the level of how you're able to manage all the responsibilities and challenges is quite extraordinary. So I give kudos to the department. And same goes for, I know the other departments who are also stretched thin and having to manage just more challenges. The budget process, I think has been quite challenging, given that we haven't had a lot of information that we need from the comptroller, but it's been a human effort to get to where we are. So despite those challenges, I think we've gotten a pretty good alternative for us to consider at this time. Ms. Feldman, thank you for your patience and sticking out through this very long evening. And kudos to yourself and the Citizen Tree Group for your efforts. The tree ordinance and all that we are restoring in terms of the city's green efforts and environmental focus really is to the credit of yourself and the Citizen Group that really committed to it over the past several years. And to the law department, I'm speechless, and I don't even know what to say other than to thank each and every one of you for showing up every day and doing your job as diligently as you do, despite the enormous workload that you're faced with. And I know that we don't have answers to these challenges all the time, but we are certainly here to work together to try to figure them out as we go. And so, you know, I think that we really need to discuss our different options and see what's viable and what's in the best interest of the city and the taxpayers. And I think that covers my comments for the evening.
Thank you, Councilman Thompson.
Yes, thank you, President. You know, I'm more of a doer than a sayer, so I don't want to take much of your time for the long evening. I'll just address everyone as a collaborative thing. I thank all of you, all of the hard work you do. I know I have people in every department who I try to reach out to, in the fire department, police department, DPW. I know Commissioner Bush, I know I call him late at night, I text him when I see things on my drive to make sure I keep them abreast, and I thank y'all for always, you know, doing what y'all can to help us maintain the city. It's not an easy job, but I thank all of you for diligently working, even though we have several areas where we lack. So for that, I say I appreciate all of you. I really know you're doing your best. And to the residents, continue to push us, continue to hold us accountable. I said late last year that the word is accountability. We have to make sure that we hold our elected officials accountable to do what's best for our city. So I thank you for helping us do that, and we're going to have to further do that. Come Tuesday, June 22nd, we have some changes to make, and I hope everyone is on board to do their part. Make sure you register to vote, so you can do what's necessary for the city of Mount Vernon. And last but not least, Mr. Monroe, we are working very, very hard with the police reform. The questionnaire and online survey was just the first phase of getting the community's input. Within the next several weeks. Next couple of weeks, we'll have other community interactions as well, but we do have a board for police reform. So once everything is tweaked and put together and things of that nature, it will be presented so the community can interact and input as well. But you know, we have to do it this way because we can't have 70,000 people just trying to tell you how to put something together, right? You got to get your reform together, put it together, and present it. So it will be presented in the next couple of weeks. I see your email just here. I'll make sure you email so you'll know what's going on and when it's happening, so you'll be addressed in that as well. And along with the police reform, we are working to get the CCRB up and started and things of that nature. But it's a tedious process, but we'll make it happen. So that's what makes us Mount Vernon proud, continuously working together, even though it doesn't look like we're getting progress. We're getting progress, and it's slowly but surely. But as long as we work together on that good day of June 27th, things start to roll like it needs to roll. So I thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Johnson. So I'm gonna begin with Mrs. Feldman. Thank you for coming online. I'm not sure if you're still there. I want to say that we've been down this long road together with the tree ordinance and the building that was next to you. So I'm very pleased. I can honestly say it wasn't with you and the hard work we would not have achieved the tree ordinance by far. There was no way that I could have gotten that accomplished, even though I tried to get it done years ago. So Mrs. Feldman, thank you and your team. Mr. Monroe, I want to thank you, sir. I'm proud to say that Cityscape, I was one of the people that was assisted in hiring Cityscape, and I think Cityscape is a good example of the law department needing specialty skill set outside of their own specialties. It's very rare to find a telecommunications attorney or consultant that help the legal department to get to that phase of applications. And the applications aren't just for our telecommunications, but it's also for our co-location sites that we have, the antenna sites that we have in the parking garages or on top of the buildings, or and the negotiations that the city has with the antennas that are around the city. So Cityscape serves in multiple purposes. So it's good to hear that Operations Council Johnson is still working with them. Mr. Cherry, thank you for bringing us the word about Ms. Victoria Ryan, I believe. Please work with the clerk to get that information, and I think we should put a resolution together. I also want to thank you, sir, because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have all this technological stuff working so well. And it's very good talk from clerk, and in fact, I want to thank Mr. Monroe as well for the work that you've done to assist Mr. Terry and clerk. Yesterday, the law department, to give kudos to the law department for one staying this late, because I think y'all can beat up on Brian, but he should have actually come to a work session. I think guys first, we started about 7 o'clock and we went out of here by 7:30. So this is 11:10 thing. Beautifully. Yeah. But I'm also proud to say that the legal department team is starting to build back up again. And one thing I promised of Corporation Council Johnson was that once the ridiculous chaos administration nightmare that we had was out of here, I promised that I would make sure that the correct salaries or better salaries was put into the budget. So in a way, you can thank me for keeping my promise to Corporation Council Johnson to get the salaries closer to what they needed to be, because they definitely weren't what they are in the budget right now. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, but keep them where they are.
Right, sir. Right, sir.
Yeah, you give me a segue. Across the board, the budget cuts for employees is a ridiculous idea that does not work. You need staff, competent staff. We lost 5 lawyers in 1 year because of the market value. I'm the one that looks at the resumes coming in. And yes, thank you for the council, you and the council and board of estimate for giving me just a little bit more in the budget so I could hire competent attorneys. And as thank you for the congratulations. We have a great department, we're working well, and thank you.
I think those measures were implemented, Mr. President, I know how to work, but I think they were implemented during my tenure as president. Thank you very much.
Just one last thing, to your point, thank you for raising this because I missed it. A law department is always going to need specialized counsel. We cannot get away from that, right? Unless, to Ms. Walter's point, unless we're willing to build in the law department infrastructure, which is one of the things when I get a rating and I'm able to be a real manager, I would like to hire a consultant to do a cost benefit analysis of what is the most appropriate way to run our law department from a cost benefit analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And, I've never met, Mr. Alba or Mrs. Lockett, so at some point I'd like to speak into the local department and just chat like I used to do before. There was a period of time where I refused to walk into the local department. I'm going in there, but I'm trying to get back to that. So, yes, I'm hoping to work on that.
And we're also open to residents with legitimate, respectful inquiries. My department is very transparent, right? As long as it's respectful and a genuine inquiry. Obviously, I can't talk about specific cases, but I'd like to put that out there as well.
And as well as thanking people, I want to thank the food site as well. He's been doing some. Us getting some content down, and I would like for the site to work with your staff to move some things that we're pushing forward. We can't always talk to the person, we know she's doing other things, so we can talk to the food site, and he can pull that stuff from our minds into legal lines and translate that into the water department as well. So thank you all for coming out. We still have about half an hour of work, so we're gonna go right to our referrals. Thank you all. Have a good night. We can text you all, you know, we're gonna text you. You're gonna wait. Our text you, but the responses, you're control. All right. We do referral, resolution public works.
Thank you, Council President. Item number 9 is called for, item number 12 is item 15A is confirmation, item 21 is confirmation, item 22 is on the agenda, enumerated as number 1. Item 30 is called for, item 31 is called for. Item 33 is on the agenda, enumerated number 2. Item 29 is called for, item 4 is called for. I have 2 add-ons. One add-on is amending section 105 of the code regarding DPW. That's item enumerated as number 3 on the agenda. And I have a resolution in support of a grant application for New York State DEC ESC wastewater infrastructure engineering planning grant program that's enumerated in number 4 on the agenda. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Human Resources.
Thank you, Council President. Item 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27 are on the agenda, enumerated as items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. That concludes my referrals.
Thank you. Public Safety Code.
Thank you, President. Item 5 is for information. Item 6, 7, 10, and 13 are called for. Item 18 is information. Item 20 is on the agenda as number 10. Item 28 is called for. Item 8 and 17 is for information.
Thank you. Finance and Planning.
Thank you. Items 1, 2, 3, 11 are called for. 15. Yes, 11 is called for. 15. We've had several of these. I guess I'm gonna call for it because hopefully at some point we'll be able to introduce the legislation. 19, some designation, or we call for it. About the fraction of the call for it. Okay. 32, call for, and I guess 14 and 16 we're still call for. I have, it looks like 4 additions, 5 additions on the agenda. First is the tax levy override local law, first reading. And items 12, 13, 14, and 15 appear to be added. I believe that concludes my report.
All right, roll call in. Legislation and public works.
Thank you. Item number one, I have an ordinance authorizing the Vernon Board of Water Supply to defund the senior accountant position and create an function chief accountant position. Chief accountant position. So moved.
Second. Second.
Thank you. Any question?
I have a question. Council President, if I may, is this position occupied right now?
No, the position of the senior accountant is vacant.
Right. And so I'm wondering, given our budget situation, why wouldn't this be one of the positions that we kind of like pause for now? It's a $92,000 position.
Yes. When the water department implemented spring growth accounting program, the intent of the chief accountant's position is to ensure that the department is fiscally viable and that all of the accounting responsibilities are adhered to and maintained.
How are they doing it now?
They just implemented the program, so they're at the inception of maintaining and implementing the spring growth accounting program.
Council President, if I may, I think this is an area where we could.
No. Is there any other questions from any other council members first?
Okay, sorry.
Okay, Councilwoman Parkinson?
Thank you, Council President. I'm just saying that I think this is an area where, you know, $92,000, we can impact the budget in this way, right? This is a way we could directly impact the budget. And I understand that it might create some further challenges. It might require people to stretch themselves in the department, but I think this is a way that we can impact the budget without, you know, actually manipulating the numbers. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, Council.
And Councilwoman Parkinson, you know this is the water department, this has nothing to do with our direct budget, you understand that?
Right, I understand that, but I asked questions about the water department last time because I see where the way they submitted their numbers, I thought that there were opportunities there that could impact the amount of money that would subsequently be transferred to the general fund. I'm just saying.
Okay, thank you. Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Well, we certainly want everything adhered to in the water department, so I'm gonna vote aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Parkinson?
No.
Councilwoman Thompson? Aye. Council President Griffin?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number two, I have a resolution proclaiming April 30th, 2021 as Arbor Day in the city of Mount Vernon. So
Second.
The question, we've never had Arbor Day before?
It comes
Hold on, Mr. Woodside, just a second.
I believe we have, but the welfare designation in 2009, and I don't think that we complied with observing Arbor Day when we lost the designation. So for the past however many years, now that we have been reinstated the tree to be with the designation, part of the requirement of that designation is observing Arbor Day. And this would be our 25th year as a tree city. As a tree city designation.
Thank you. Councilwoman Copeland, did you have?
But if we lost it, how can it be our 25 years? You didn't have it since 2009. Mr. President.
Yes.
That's fine. We're not on the vote, on the question, right?
We are on the question.
Okay, so this is, how can it be 25 years if we lost the designation in 2009?
Mr. Goodson explained that better, but my understanding is that the Arbor Day Foundation is still recognizing our past.
They're giving us credit for 24 prior years.
since the 90s. It's
Say that again.
for 24 years before we missed 9 years.
Oh,
They're giving
you
us
had
credit.
24
They're giving us credit.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
And this is when all the ships come out of the harbor. The Lucy ship. You all remember that? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Farquharson,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson, Council President Griffin.
Aye.
Lucy.
Item number 3, I have an ordinance amending section 105 of the code of the city charter entitled Commissioner of Public Works, Deputy Commissioner, and Boardman.
Second.
Question?
I have questions. I have questions.
Yes, Councilman Robinson.
I just, again, thank you, Council President. I want to just make the point that this is another way that we can impact the budget. When we look at it as a fiscal matter, not as a personnel matter, but as a fiscal matter, I think that the opportunity here is for us to make a different decision so that we do not add to the budget, but rather utilize, because it's going to require strain. The same way it's going to strain my pocket as a taxpayer and your pocket as a taxpayer to pay the 3.86% that's being proposed. The city has to, others have to bear the strain. And I think that putting an individual in that's going to have to get an increase when we can utilize an existing person, a position for this position is not fiscally responsible. So I disagree with this decision, and I would like to see that the position is properly advertised if it is to be filled. Thank you.
So, on the question, Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I almost did like all this to me. I apologize. So, the person is taking a leave of absence from the job that they're in. So, that salary is available. So, the difference in that salary to this is, that's not really, the reason why I'm supporting it is it says maybe a civil engineer, and it's not eliminating it. Because if it eliminated it, I would not support it. But because it says may, instead of shall, I'm gonna support it. Because it was budgeted for, you always budget for deputy, so. I just wanna make sure, because it says may, and I hope that we get back, this city could probably need 2 people as engineers. And I don't know how many engineers would work for $100,000, but that's a story for another time. But I digress.
Yeah.
So,
Council President, if I may.
No Councilman Robinson, just sit tight. Comments?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. So, I just want to say that as we commend the DPW Commissioner for doing an extraordinary job, we also have to recognize that he needs a second deputy, he needs a second commissioner to provide additional support and really be able to effectively address and manage the challenges that the department has and make sure that the operations continue to run smoothly. While the commissioner's done an extraordinary job, we can't be everywhere, and we need to do the lead commissioners to really effectively manage the department. So I think that this minor change, as Councilwoman Copeland stated, changing the word shall to may allow flexibility for the commissioner to get the support we need and still have the flexibility to look for further candidates at some point later down the line so that we can have a more robust and supportive leadership in the department. So, I don't have any other comments on this.
Councilman Johnson?
As both council persons stated, this is a necessity and the verbiage is accurate. And, you know, I think we can offset the pay, being that Councilwoman Parkinson doesn't want to come into the chamber for the work, if we just ask her to relinquish her pay, for the year, maybe that'll offset. That's all.
And I just want to say one thing that I really like, we're just gonna continue on. One thing that I do like is that the council is flexible with the changes at any time. So there was a time back in '95, when it was in place. I know a few years back, we made a modification to it as well. And the council is amenable to making changes for the situations that we're in, right? And this is one of those circumstances, right? We have an engineer, and he's working, and he's doing this thing, and that's his specialty. So we don't need the second deputy or the commissioner to do the engineering in this case. So there in a couple of years, it may change differently. And the council then, because I guess will be, it make that change accordingly. And I think that's what's great about the code, and that's the strength of the city council. We can make those changes and go from there. More than
I just want to say one more thing. When we made that change in 2018 to fund the city engineer's position, the city council was doing that, recognizing that it's important to separate the administrative duties of the commissioner, deputy commissioner, and the city engineering responsibilities. And so, given the challenges that we have, I think it's important that we do have that separation. It allows the engineer and his specialization to really execute his engineering skills for all the engineering activity that's needed in the department. So you know, we made that recognition back in 2018, and I think that this minor modification to allow for the current circumstances is reasonable.
I agree. Roll call.
Council President, you said I should wait. You gave Councilwoman Duarte 2 opportunities to speak and you're ignoring me?
Yes, I did, because it's her committee. Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Parkinson?
No.
Councilman Thompson? Council President Griffin?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 4, I have a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mount Vernon in support of a grant application for the New York State DEC/EFC wastewater infrastructure engineering and planning grant program. So
Second.
Good question.
Is there a match requirement? Is there a match requirement? 20%?
20% match requirement.
Anything else on the question?
I'll just state that the opportunity here is to apply for 2, we're eligible to apply for 2 $100,000 grants to both fund engineering services and reports to address our infrastructure needs, and that will later down the line also make us eligible for further grants to fund any construction requirements that are born out of those reports.
Anything else? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Parkinson?
Aye.
Councilwoman Thompson? Council President Griffin?
Aye.
Thank you.
Human Resources.
Thank you, Council President. I have an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Career Visions Limited for $50,000. So moved.
Second.
Any questions? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland?
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte?
Aye.
Councilwoman Parkinson?
Aye.
Councilman Thompson? Council President Griffin?
Aye.
Thank you.
I have an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with the Mount Vernon City School District for $20,000. So moved.
Second.
Question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkas,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson,
Aye.
and Council President Griffin.
Aye.
Thank you.
I have an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Civil Institute for $13,582. So moved.
Second.
Any question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkas,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson,
Aye.
Council President Griffin.
Aye.
Thank you.
I have an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Southern Westchester Board of Educational Services for $50,000. So moved.
Second.
Any question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkas,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson,
Aye.
Council President Griffin.
Aye.
Thank you.
I have an ordinance authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with the Violence Intervention Program for $50,000. So moved.
So moved. Second.
Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland,
So moved. Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkas,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson,
Aye.
Council President Griffin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Public safety codes.
Thank you. I have an ordinance granting permission to the Department of Public Safety to become active members of the New York Juvenile Officer and School Resource Officers. So moved.
Second.
Any question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkas,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson,
Aye.
Council President Griffin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Finance planning.
Thank you, Mr. President. 4 years ago. I have ordinance number 11. Tax levy override local law, first reading. Now on to number 12. Number 12, I have a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mount Vernon.
I'm sorry, I'm going to pick up second. Item number 11.
There's no second. The first reading.
Thank you.
Number 12, I have a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mount Vernon declaring its intent to serve the service as lead agency pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, (SEQRA), for purposes of reviewing a zoning petition regarding 434 Bremerton Avenue. So moved.
Second.
Any question?
Which one is this? Was it? The gas station?
I think it's, in New York.
Nothing to do with it. Isn't this the gas station? The ad, deli? Okay. All right.
Deli and
Okay. All right, thank you, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkas,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson,
Aye.
Council President Griffin. Thank you.
So number 13, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mount Vernon declaring its intent to serve as lead agency pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, (SEQRA), for the purposes of reviewing a zoning petition regarding 208 North Fifth Avenue. So moved.
Second.
Any question?
This is the first one I see, right? All right.
Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Farkas,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson,
Aye.
and Council President Griffin.
Aye.
Thank you.
I have resolution number 14, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mount Vernon declaring its intent to service. How are you thinking it should be served?
It should be served.
Okay, to serve as lead agency pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, (SECRA), for the purposes of reviewing a zoning petition regarding 219 West Third Street. So moved.
Second.
Other question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parkinson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Thompson,
Aye.
Council President Ritter. Thank you.
And the final resolution that I have on this short evening, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mount Vernon declaring its intent to serve as lead agency pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act, (SECRA), for the purposes of reviewing a zoning petition from Alexander Development Group. So moved.
Second.
Other question? Roll call.
Councilwoman Copeland,
Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parkinson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Thompson,
Aye.
Council President Ritter.
Aye.
Thank you.
So I would move that we adjourn.
I just wanted to acknowledge out loud that the police commissioner delivered 7 traffic studies yesterday, and it's in your PSC folder on SharePoint. I just wanted to say it out loud that he did what he said he would do. And that was a big deal because it was since December. I need you to read it because you need to direct me as to whether that was a satisfactory response on each one of them, because they're all different. Okay? And then I would also ask you guys to recognize Cesar DeFeo at closing. Thank you. Died of cancer.
Yes, so, Dr. DeFeo did pass, we already had a, letter being sent, letter I found out this week, that was, and reminding you that, clearly this is failed, probably here in the street, and very dedicated, over the years, to one thing, it's true that he's been a strong landlord and, has, helped to influence these electoral outcomes, over the years.
But also pays his taxes, pays.
Right, well, yeah, I mean, you know, so,
Good.
he's a resident that's been around for a long time, you don't know him, he owns a substantial amount of property here, and he has a strong family and a strong opinion, so, not more than I agree with you, that's nothing else for sure, so.
I would also like to move to adjourn in honor of Lou Hill, a former basketball player at Mount Vernon High School, went on to play at Wichita State. He was assistant for the Oklahoma team, as well as another team that went to the Final Eight. But he was a great player during that time and died very young, 55 years old. So I'd also like to ask him to readjourn. So that's my motion.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Lawrence Wills.
No.
Lawrence Wills was a very young.
We did that.
Coach on Razorbacks.
Yeah, we did that.
He did it.
So we get out here to midnight, 10 a.m. That's a good thing. I've been out here 1 a.m. times, like, fire council things, so we're doing pretty good. All right, so we have a motion to adjourn, to take a second? Second. All right, so roll call adjournment.
Councilwoman Copeland,
I'm going to stretch it out to the next now. Aye.
Councilwoman Duarte,
Aye.
Councilwoman Parkinson,
Aye.
Councilman Thompson, and Council President Ritter.
Aye. Please stand for roll call silence. This this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Oh, and council people, please let me know your availability next week in the evening.